In the ancient eras before the Earth was ruled by true giant dinosaurs, there existed a life form that best understood how to overcome motion with stillness. Its 9-meter-long body appeared somewhat clumsy in this world, and every single step of its thick limbs demanded immense patience and restraint. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This dinosaur was Rheogosaurus, a sauropodomorph pioneer that chose ultimate slowness to counter the world's clamor early in evolutionary history. In common perception, early ancient creatures had to rely on swift running and sharp claws to survive brutal species competition. But Rheogosaurus was the exact opposite, its bodily structure destined it to move exceptionally slowly, where even turning around took an extended amount of time. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly disadvantageous slowness that allowed it to find its own way of survival at the precipice of mass extinction. It possessed the dullest nervous system on Earth, yet held an incredibly acute and precise perception of shifts in ambient temperature and the direction of the breeze. Whenever dusk arrived, as the entire Triassic plain was painted a warm caramel hue by the remnants of the sunset, it began its most solemn daily quest. It was searching for a windless, sheltered valley, and a flat rock that had basked in the sun all day, now radiating a deep, comforting warmth. On the Argentine plains over 200 million years ago, the climate was often far more volatile than we imagine. Days were unbearably hot, while nights brought bone-chilling winds. For early reptiles lacking a homeothermic system, the arrival of night was nothing less than a silent test of survival. While Coelophysis of the same era huddled tightly together in dried-up riverbeds to preserve body heat, Rheogosaurus trudged slowly and solitary across the wilderness. Each of its strides seemed deeply deliberated, its pillar-like limbs stepping heavily into the soft soil, leaving behind one steady footprint after another. Its long neck swayed gently in midair, completely ignoring the small predators sprinting frantically and tearing at one another beside it. In the internal world of Rheogosaurus, those creatures relying on speed to secure food often consumed their own lives prematurely in that very speed. It envied no one, it simply and calmly felt the temperature dropping in the air, perceiving the chilly wind blowing from the north. This sensitivity to the environment was an instinct forged by the pressures of its era, and the highest wisdom evolved beneath its heavy frame. It needed to find a rock wall high enough to shield it from the freezing midnight gales that could strip away all warmth. The setting sun cast its somewhat bulky body into a long, gentle shadow, resembling an ancient ascetic monk practicing solitary cultivation in the twilight. This nonconformity and slowness caused Rheogosaurus plenty of hardship in its youth, nearly costing its life on multiple occasions. Its herds were never large, because most of its kind were ruthlessly eliminated by natural laws in infancy due to their inability to keep up with the pace. But the Rheogosaurus before us was a miracle. Its temperament was even more serene than its peers, and it possessed an extraordinary endurance. Throughout its long life, it was pushed into corners by predators countless times, yet it never ran in panic, knowing its body could not support such movement. Its only weapon was its thick, heavy tail, alongside a flawless utilization of terrain and boulders, something requiring ultimate clarity amidst crisis. Once, a hungry Herosaurus targeted it from the brush, the agile beast circling and testing it at high speeds. Any other dinosaur might have exposed a fatal vulnerability out of terror, but Rheogosaurus stood firmly in place like an unyielding monolith. It leaned the better part of its body against a steep stone wall, leaving only its thickest back facing the enemy, letting the Herosaurus roar in frustration around it. The tension in that dynamic tightened to the absolute limit in the dead air, but ultimately, the impatient predator chose to give up against its entirely unbothered stance. The price behind that decision was several claw marks left deep enough to show bone, but this taught it entirely how to peacefully coexist with its own heaviness. As the edge of the sun began to touch the western mountain ridges, the wind on the plain grew somewhat boisterous, rustling the low-growing ferns. The skin of Rheogosaurus began to feel a subtle chill, and it understood that the time remaining to find a haven was running short. Yet, it still did not accelerate its pace. Its limbs maintained a constant rhythm like an ancient pendulum, walking resolutely toward a hidden canyon. It was a low-lying area cradled by two immense sandstone hills, a natural microclimate reserve in geographical terms. As it stepped deeper into this valley, the roaring winds outside began to fade gradually, until finally, nothing remained around it but its own heavy breathing. The air here was like a lake deliberately forgotten by time, calm, serene, without a single ripple, perfectly matching its fastidious demands for shelter. At the center of the valley lay several massive, dark red basalt boulders, exposed on the surface after absorbing a full day of scorching sunlight. Rheojosaurus walked slowly to the largest boulder. It did not lie down immediately, but gently touched the rock surface with its thick footpad. The burning, enduring temperature seeping from inside the stone instantly spread through its massive, exhausted body. Its muscles, stiff from the long trek, began to loosen involuntarily the moment they contacted this warmth. Within this completely windless valley, Rheojosaurus began to complete its most enjoyable and sacred daily sleeping ritual. It first bent its thick forelimbs deliberately, allowing its heavy chest to lower inch by inch against the giant rock radiating with deep warmth. Soon after, its massive hind limbs yielded into a kneeling position, and its entire 9-meter-long frame rested completely upon it in an exceptionally relaxed posture. As its abdomen and skin made broad contact with the warm stone surface, an intensely satisfied, low rumble escaped from deep within its throat. That sound was like a low-frequency resonance originating from the depths of the ancient earth, overflowing with gratitude toward nature, carrying a profound sense of groundedness and peace after weathering hardships. The energy accumulated by the sun throughout the day now transformed into a continuous warm current, gently enveloping it and permeating its bones and joints. The minor scrapes sustained during the day and the nerves kept taut in the wind were completely comforted at this moment. Above the valley, the first star lit up quietly in the indigo night sky, and the surrounding world slipped into darkness with absolute gentleness. Rheojosaurus quietly enjoyed being enveloped by this heat, each of its breaths growing longer and lighter. The bulkiness and slowness once misunderstood by the world became the most perfect camouflage here, blending it completely with this ancient rock. Rheojosaurus finally closed its eyes, which were filled with lifetimes of stories, entering the sweetest dreamland within the windless, warm valley. Its life left behind no earth-shattering roars, nor did it rule an era like the later Tyrannosaurus rex. It simply lived its life at a crawl. Yet, in this most basic and restrained manner, it demonstrated to us the ultimate gentleness a life form can display when facing a brutal environment. The sheltered valley and the heat-radiating rock it found were not just a sanctuary for its body, but a silent echo left to that clamorous era. When we feel internal anxiety, bodily exhaustion, or find ourselves shivering in the cold winds of life during the long night, we might as well think of this ancient dinosaur. Think of how it paced slowly in the twilight, and think of that giant rock that basked in the sun all day, radiating deep warmth. Try to relax your tense limbs just like Rheojosaurus, drop all your defenses, and yield your body entirely to the warm bed beneath you. No matter how fierce the external winds are, they cannot blow into your internal sheltered valley. No matter how long the night is, it cannot strip away the profound sleepiness that belongs to you. The night is deep now, the final smear of twilight over the plain has completely vanished, and all living things have settled into tranquility amidst peace. May you drift into a warm and deep ancient dream accompanied by the residual warmth of the rock, within the long, satisfied breathing of Rheojosaurus. In the late Cretaceous period, dominated by speed and strength, thrilling life-and-death chases were played out daily across the land. However, on the edge of the desolate and quiet Gobi, there existed a completely opposite miracle of life. It possessed an extreme slowness that puzzled all predators, yet it had safely lived through countless autumns and springs in the harsh natural laws. Tonight, let us listen to the gently jumping fire and this story that does not require effort to remember, and enter its true life. This is the life of the Nymongosaurus, a gentle life naturally carrying a slow-motion gene, silently maintaining tranquility in the dark night. When the sky full of stars replaced the harsh sunlight, and the Earth's temperature began to dissipate, the time truly belonged to it began. Scientists' fossils revealed its strange and slightly clumsy skeleton, but they could not restore its unhurried elegance in the deep night. It never used running to fight for territory, nor did it use roaring to vent fear. It lived its life as a soothing lullaby. At this moment, the day's hustle and bustle have long sunk underground with the setting sun, and the outline of the distant mountains has become soft and blurred in the night. That plump, calm-eyed Nymongosaurus is standing quietly deep within a thick ancient shrub. It does not need to prove anything to the world, nor does it intend to cater to the cruel torrent of the times. It just breathes according to its own rhythm. For the next period, there will be no intense conflicts, nor merciless twists of fate, only its long dark night. When your thoughts sync along with its extremely slow movements, you will find that sleep is actually an extremely natural thing. The first crack driving Nymongosaurus's fate towards ultimate tranquility occurred on a very ordinary evening. At that time, a huge, pathologically dark red setting sun was hanging on the horizon, and the air was filled with the oppressive current of an approaching thunderstorm. On the distant plain, herds of predators were borrowing the last of the light to wildly chase the panicked herbivorous dinosaur groups. The entire earth was slightly shaking, and countless weak lives were mercilessly trampled, torn, and swallowed in the torrent of the times. However, the young Nymongosaurus was stubbornly staying on the edge of the shrubs, allowing its companions beside it to urge it, but it refused to speed up even half a step. That naturally carrying, engraved in the bones slow pace, in that moment filled with crisis and anxiety, seemed so out of place, even a bit ridiculous. Its mother had tried to use her body to push it forward, but its limbs were like ancient tree roots deeply rooted in the ground, heavy and resolute. At that moment it watched helplessly as the torrent of the herd disappeared at the end of the canyon, while it was left alone in the encroaching boundless darkness. This was an extremely abnormal identity choice. In everyone's view, life that could not keep up with speed was destined to become the first fire to be extinguished in the dark night. But in the huge and deep eyes of the Nymongosaurus, there was no sign of panic, only an almost cold calm. It slowly lowered its head, leisurely picking up a remaining tender leaf from the trampled grass, and chewing it extremely slowly in its mouth. The day world was filled with cruelty with speed, while it, at the starting point of the black night, built an invisible defense wall for itself with extreme slowness. It began to understand that blind running cannot bring true safety, but rather will exhaust the last of life's energy in endless anxiety. So, it turned around, one step by one step, with an almost wholly slow pace, walking towards the depths of that silent shrub. Deep night thoroughly ruled this ancient land, and the daytime violence and cruelty were gently covered by darkness. The Nymongosaurus stopped in front of a giant, low shrub hung with deep purple ancient fruits. The surrounding air was cold and clear, and the gentle wind on the Gobi beach blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound like waves hitting the shore. It slowly extended that plump forelimb, with 3 sharp but rounded claws, its movement so slow it was like a static oil painting. That forelimb moved in the air for a full few minutes before finally gently and steadily touching that fruit shimmering with weak light under the moonlight. Its claws were usually used for self-defense, but at this moment, it retracted all power perfectly, appearing extremely delicate and gentle. It, extremely slowly, closed its claws, using the side of its fingertips to gently lean against the fruit's skin, and then began to peel off that hard shell with an almost faint range. That unhurried action, as if in this world, peeling this fruit was the only thing existing and the only thing worth completing at this very moment. The surrounding quiet night, in this instant, seemed to be infinitely elongated by its action, and even the flow of time became extremely sticky. A small insect, also belonging to the night, quietly perched on the scales of its forelimb, its antenna slightly shaking, but not at all startled away by this giant creature. Nymongosaurus's heart was extremely resolute. It knew in this deep night, no danger could break this sense of solitude personally woven by it. Its psychology became incredibly tough over long evolution. Outside disturbances had nothing to do with it, it only lived in this inch-square place beneath its feet. Its body's every scale reflected a gentle, dull luster in the night, its skin relaxing with every weak breath of the earth. That slow pace emanating from the bone marrow, fighting the anxiety of the times, began to seep inch by inch into the surrounding air along with its action. As the night grew deeper, the sky was covered with brilliant and dense stars, a pure firmament never seen by modern humans. The Nymongosaurus finally peeled off the fruit's shell, revealing the plump, faintly fragrant fruit flesh inside. However, it was not in a hurry to send the fruit flesh into its mouth, but slightly closed its eyes, its long neck, extremely slowly, drooping down. It gently pressed its forehead against the thick shrub branch, allowing the cool night dew to slowly slide down its cheek, taking away a trace of heat lingering from the day. At this moment, it was experiencing a special psychological ritual unique to Nymongosaurus, regulating its breathing and heart rate in the deep night. What was it thinking? Maybe it was recalling the back of the herd disappearing that evening, or maybe it was thinking nothing at all, just purely feeling the rhythm of life. In that era worshipping survival of the fittest, every one of its kind was, exhausted, running east and escaping west for whether they could live tomorrow. Only it, in this forgotten shrub, found a power relationship belonging to itself, the absolute control over its own time. It did not need to cater to the pace of any predator, nor did it need to prove its value to its kind. Its existence itself was a silent struggle. Its breathing began to become deeper and deeper, slower and slower, each inhalation as if to incorporate the solitude of the entire starry sky into its broad chest. And each exhalation was accompanied by an extremely low, calm throat sound, slowly undulating in the empty ancient wasteland. That sound had an indescribable fate, like the earth itself in thousands of years of frost and snow, uttering a long sigh of relief. Those ancient mammals hiding in the depths of the dirt, listening to this regular and serene boom, all fell into the deepest, safest dreamland. For they knew, as long as this gentle titan was still breathing at this rhythm, this night was absolutely safe, no danger dared to approach. The night deepened to its ultimate moment, the cold and intoxicating blind zone before dawn. The Nymongsaurus slowly opened its eyes, the moon now having inclined westward, pulling out an extremely gentle, long shadow of its huge and slightly bloated body. It finally sent that fruit, which had been peeled for a long time, into its mouth, with no violent tearing, only extremely slow, meticulous repeated chewing. The juice's aroma slowly spread in its mouth, that sense of satisfaction making a refined expression faintly appear on its broad cheek. It enjoyed nature's gift at the slowest speed in its life, every action of swallowing like a profound tribute to life. In this deep night deciding fate, it used its own way to break the dinosaur world survival paradox. Slow does not mean extinction, but rather a more advanced concealment. It completely integrated itself into this shrub, into the sound of the wind, into the night, becoming an inseparable symbol of this ancient night. At this time, those daytime betrayals, those abandonments, those misunderstandings of its slowness, were all completely dissolved under this pure starry sky. It did not need anyone to understand it, because this ancient earth had already given it the most just and profound embrace with the most gentle dark night. Its sturdy hind limb slightly bent, its plump body began to sink down bit by bit, finally steadily, lying on the ground covered with dry fallen leaves. At the instant the ground touched its body, it made an extremely muffled, rubbing sound, making one feel incomparably solid. It spread its long neck smoothly by its side, its head quietly pillowing on a piece of soft dirt, its eyes again slowly, heavily closing. Its body completely relaxed at this moment, all muscles losing their tense power, only its chest still maintaining an extremely slow rise and fall. That was a pure tranquility that transcended the limits of the species, slowly soothing every weary soul through the long time-space echo. When the edge of the distant horizon began to secretly show a very elegant, near-transparent fish belly white, this long night was finally drawing its curtain. The Nymongsaurus still quietly, lying, deep within the shrub, its breathing already weak enough to almost integrate with the morning breeze, difficult to distinguish. The daytime world was about to revive, with cruel competition and endless running again dominating that vast plain. But in these past dozens of minutes, this ancient giant, naturally carrying the slow-motion gene, used its lifetime to open an eternal clean land for us in this cold world. With that plump claw, that fruit peeled for a long time, and that unhurried pace, it answered all the riddles we posed in the preface. It left no earth-shaking legend, nor left any awe-inspiring fame, it merely left the ultimate tenderness and certainty to this earth that embraced it. Now, the story's voice is gradually fading, and that tens of millions of years old Cretaceous memory should also return to the depths of dirt and fossils to sleep. But the tranquility that Nymongsaurus left in the night will turn into the gentlest evening wind at your pillow, long guarding your sleep. Do not think any more about tomorrow's narrowness and rush, nor worry any more about daytime mistakes. In this world, slowing down is also an irreplaceable dignity. Its long neck will always be on the edge of your dreams, shielding you from the dust of the world. Its deep breathing will be your most solid companion tonight. Now, please completely relax your every nerve, allowing boundless drowsiness like a warm tide to completely, gently wrap you in this ancient dream cured by the dark night. Sleep peacefully. Good night, in this silent long night belonging to you. Good night, may you have a most pure, most sweet dream. On that boundless ancient plain, there once existed a behemoth that seemed to slow down time itself. It required no roaring to display its might, its mere footsteps across the earth carried a reassuring, steady rhythm. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us immerse ourselves in the true life of the Daxiaditan, accompanied by this story that requires no effort to remember. What made the Daxiaditan most awe-inspiring was not its miraculous, 30-meter-long frame, but its profound gentleness when facing the night. As the sun dipped fully beneath the horizon, this colossal titanosaur would slowly bend its knees in the deep quiet. When its massive body, bearing dozens of tons, met the ground, it caused no destructive tremors. Instead, it released a deeply muffled, resonant, low-frequency hum. The sound rippled across the open wilderness, entirely devoid of violence, carrying the meditative, soul-soothing essence of an ancient singing bowl. Every creature that heard it would gradually grow still, as if it were the deep breathing of Mother Earth in the dark, smoothing away all restlessness and anxiety. Yet, a dragon capable of soothing the entire world would face the deepest solitude and vigil in the final chapters of its life. As the climate grew progressively arid and the once lush forests began to wither patch by patch, the Daxiaditan had to confront the most brutal conflict between its body and the changing environment. In the memories of the Daxiaditan, the edge of the plain had once been an endless ocean of deep green. Waking up each morning, it needed only to slightly raise its sky-piercing neck to reach the tenderest, moisture-rich canopy. The air back then was humid, and the breeze sweeping over its broad back carried the distinct fragrance of soil and ancient ferns. The giant's perception of space was entirely different from that of ordinary creatures. In its eyes, a distance of several kilometers was but a dozen slow, measured strides. It walked with immense deliberation, for every single step demanded the coordination of a vast and precise muscular system to counteract the Earth's gravity. This ultimate slowness made it appear as a detached, stoic observer in a clamorous prehistoric world. However, the fractures that alter fate often happen in the most inconspicuous moments of calm, not with thunder and lightning, but through a silent, creeping desiccation. Starting from an unremembered season, the rains from heaven turned stingy, and the once wet monsoons gradually lost their warmth. The Daxiaditan found that the distance it had to traverse each day grew longer, as those towering trees withered at a visible pace. It began to gaze into the distance more frequently, its eyes shimmering with a quiet yet profound worry, the most primal instinct sensing a shift in its world. As water and food retreated deeper into the plain, the Daxiaditan was forced to embark on a long and grueling migration. Its immense size, which had once been an unrivaled advantage keeping it safe from any predator, now became its heaviest burden. With every step, its joints endured crushing pressure, yet it had no choice but to mechanically move forward through the scorching air. Throughout this journey, the giant demonstrated an astonishing endurance, its breathing consistently maintaining a low and steady cadence. It was as though its willpower had built a dam within its body, firmly locking in every precious drop of moisture and energy, refusing to let them waste away. Along the way, it encountered many scurrying small dinosaurs running and screaming in panic, squandering what little stamina they had left. The Daxiaditan merely watched them with a calm gaze, a look devoid of pity or condescension, carrying only a deep understanding that had seen it all. It knew that before the laws of nature, any excess anxiety was futile, only restraint and endurance could lead to the next oasis. When night fell once more over the plain that had baked all day, the Daxiaditan halted its heavy steps again, preparing for its most solemn daily ritual. Under a canopy of countless stars, it slowly bent its four pillar-like legs, allowing its exhausted yet magnificent body to settle inch by inch toward the earth. As the body of the Daxiaditan finally rested against the dry earth, that familiar, singing bowl-like low-frequency hum resonated once more. This time, the sound was deeper than ever before, penetrating the hardened soil and echoing endlessly beneath the vast night sky. It was a sound born from the vibration of the earth and the resonance of the dragon's bones, subdued, restrained, and possessed of a magic that made all defenses drop. The small animals around, previously restless from thirst, miraculously quieted down one by one upon hearing this deep boom. They gathered around the volcano-like body of the Daxiaditan, finding a long-lost sense of security within its immense shadow and radiant warmth. Sensing the approach of these tiny lives, the giant did not drive them away. Instead, it gently adjusted its breathing, making the airflow even gentler. On this silent night, it was no longer just a giant dinosaur searching for survival, it had become the sole sanctuary and spiritual totem of this parched plain. In this moment, its internal state underwent a subtle transformation. The anxiety brought by the environmental shift gradually dissolved into a serene acceptance of fate under the companionship of these tiny creatures. It began to understand that being immense did not mean ruling or taking, rather, it meant being able to bear a little more of the world's weight when the storm arrives. The moonlight washed over its rough, resilient skin, tracing a silhouette like a rolling mountain range, freezing this moment into the gentlest portrait of the ancient night that in the 10th week of the migration, the Daxiaditon finally reached the last wetland at the edge of the plain, but the sight before it plunged it into a long silence. The once vast lake had shrunk into scattered, isolated muddy pools, surrounded by hundreds of migratory prehistoric creatures. The extreme scarcity of resources had ignited brutal competition. The air was thick with the scent of blood and unrest as creatures fought their final battles for survival. The Daxiaditon stepped into this chaos with heavy strides, and its arrival instantly struck the rowdy scene into a deathly silence. No creature dared to challenge such a presence, yet the Daxiaditon did not use its size to monopolize the remaining clean water. It simply walked silently to the outermost ring of the muddy pool, lowered its noble head, and drank the murky water mixed with silt. Every single one of its movements was so graceful and composed, as if the surrounding chaos had nothing to do with it, it lived solely within its own rhythm. In the days that followed, the Daxiaditon became a peculiar guardian of this wetland. It did not participate in the conflicts, yet its massive presence maintained a delicate balance. Whenever night fell, it would still slowly kneel and settle peacefully by the mud pools, releasing that meditative, bowl-like resonance. That muffled, low-frequency sound echoed punctually in the night sky every day, like a silent elegy, and like a lullaby to soothe all despairing souls. The Daxiaditon never left that wetland again. It chose to leave its massive frame forever on the boundless plain it so dearly loved. On a night filled with a sky of brilliant stars, it completed the ritual of slowly kneeling for the very last time, the contact of its body with the earth triggering a final resonance. That singing bowl-like boom lingered in the night air for a very long time, until it merged with the wind, becoming the eternal background note of this land. In this most restrained, most gentle manner, it answered the ultimate riddle of life, immensity, and time. What the Daxiaditon truly left behind was not the skeleton that would turn to fossil millions of years later, but that unyielding serenity and dignity in the face of a cataclysmic fate. When we feel anxious and exhausted in the long night, we might as well picture the Daxiaditon slowly settling down beneath the starlight. Listen to that muffled, low-frequency hum traveling from ancient times, letting it carry away all the heat and smooth the creases of the soul. The world is vast, time is long, and at this very moment, all you need to do is lie down securely, just like that ancient giant, and relax your breathing. The night is deep now, the wind over the plain has carried away the lingering warmth of the day, and everything has returned to tranquility. May you drift into a deep dreamland free of turmoil, filled only with peace, within the gentlest breath of the Daxiaditon. In that Jurassic era filled with the roaring of colossal beasts and the violent trembling of the earth, there was a tranquil corner exceptionally favored by time. While monsters dozens of meters long fought for territory in the dense forests, a small and fragile life found the most buoyant way to exist beside the wetlands. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This dinosaur was Tyenkosaurus, a small ankylosaur living on the edges of clear lakes and marshes. In the common stereotype of many, armor-clad ankylosaurs were destined only to pace heavily across the hard land, stubbornly defending their final lines with tail clubs and osteoderms. Yet Tyenkosaurus became an incredible paradox. It transformed its seemingly heavy, even cumbersome bony armor into a most secure little boat. When it felt exhausted or when danger drew near, it would not lock its body tightly into the soil like its relatives. Instead, it chose to walk gently toward that mirror-flat water. It would tuck its limbs slightly against its sides, allowing its armor, buoyed by its unique, hollow, air-chambered structure, to float steadily in the center of the clear lake. Faint ripples swayed lazily in the darkness, bringing it a cradle-like sensation reminiscent of a mother's embrace, instantly driving away all surrounding noise. However, before this gentle creature could enjoy such ultimate relaxation, it too had to endure countless trials of pressure from the earth and brutal twists of fate. On the early Jurassic wilderness, the climate fluctuated far more violently than we imagine, and the once continuous forests began to fracture under frequent tectonic movements. Tyankosaurus and its herd originally searched for low-growing ferns among the woodland trees for food, but their size appeared far too insignificant before the newly emerging predators. Its limbs were not suited for swift, long-distance sprinting, and whenever an agile carnivorous dinosaur peered greedily from the brush, Tyankosaurus could only rely on instinct to curl up. Though its hard osteoderms could block sharp teeth and claws, they could not withstand the violent trampling and crushing weight brought by the sheer size of those massive beasts. Every conflict on land was an absolute torment to the nerves of Tyankosaurus. It had to bury its body deeply within the scorching sand in absolute terror. Across countless trembling days, its psychological state began to undergo a subtle shift, and it started to resist the rigid, uncertain surface of the land. The rift of fate occurred on a pouring afternoon when a flash flood swept down the dried riverbeds, flushing many small creatures unable to escape into the vast lake. Tyankosaurus was also dragged into the murky vortex. Just when it believed its heavy armor would drag it to the bottom, bringing the most unsettling end, a miracle quietly happened. It discovered with surprise that as long as it maintained its balance and refrained from frantic struggling, its broad, flat, and hollow-chambered armor would naturally buoyant up. In that moment, the chilly water did not become its grave. Instead, it acted like a pair of vast, gentle hands, lifting it softly out of the endless, brutal competition of the land. This accidental immersion became the most crucial turning point in the life of Tyankosaurus, and it thoroughly learned how to coexist peacefully with this once unfamiliar water. It began to spend vast amounts of time strolling along the lake shores, its psychology gradually transforming from a fear of water into a deep attachment. It discovered that as long as it retreated to where the water reached its waist, those predators that were lightning fast and tyrannical on land would stop at the muddy shore, deterred. In this process, the tension in the relationship between Tyankosaurus and the surrounding world underwent a wondrous reversal. It was no longer the bottom-tier underdog shivering in the forest. At the water's edge, it built a psychological defense that no terrestrial monster could ever breach. Yet, having grown accustomed to a life on the water, Tyankosaurus also had to face the hidden costs of this new environment. The depths of the lake were not absolutely safe. Occasionally, massive ancient aquatic reptiles cruised through the dark, deep waters, searching for prey that had fallen in. Therefore, Tyankosaurus learned to float only in the steady, clear shallow zones and the tranquil inlets along the lake, never easily venturing into those bottomless, icy abysses. With astonishing patience, it observed the daily rhythms of the currents, where the ripples were gentlest, and which bay streams could keep it from drifting too far when it closed its eyes. This ultimate exploration of its surroundings allowed it to evolve a near philosophical restraint beneath its heavy armor. It took only the tranquility it needed, never coveting a drop more. As the last golden glow of the sunset faded slowly along the horizon, the distant forests began to be swallowed by a thick twilight. Having eaten its fill of the tender, moisture-rich water weeds along the shore, Tyankosaurus stepped with light, slow paces, once again wading inch by inch into its beloved, silent lake. The water bathed its rough skin, washing away the heat and exhaustion accumulated from a full day of walking on land. It gently paddled its short limbs, and when the depth was sufficient to lift its 90-odd kilogram weight, it closed its limbs with practiced ease, letting its entire body enter a state of complete flotation. Those neatly arranged osteoderms, carrying the ancient texture of time, now resembled a meticulously crafted ancient dugout canoe, steadily carrying the entirety of its life. As a gentle breeze brushed across the water, fine, visible ripples rippled outward around its thick shell upon the mirror-flat lake. Tyankosaurus raised its short, delicate head slightly, its clear and stoic eyes watching the sky transform from a warm orange-red into a deep indigo. It did not need to remain constantly vigilant in the dead of night like other dinosaurs, nor did it need to scurry about looking for a safe tree hollow. In this calm expanse of water that belonged entirely to it, all dangers were barred outside by the gentle water. It lived solely within the soft, swaying cadence of the ripples. That cadence was so constant and soothing, carrying an intangible power that began to smooth away the most hidden creases of its soul. Night fell completely, and the star-filled sky, like countless delicate diamonds, reflected clearly on the clear lake surface without a single ripple. At this moment, Tyankisaurus was like floating in the center of a vast blanket woven from the starlight, its eyes, written with absolute peace, already completely closed. Along with the faint water motion, its thick frame swayed lazily left and right on the surface, each movement so minute it was almost imperceptible. This frequency possessed a wondrous, ultimate relaxation akin to an ancient cradle, capable of making any creature listening to its story let down all defenses unconsciously. On this silent night, it uttered no high-pitched cries, there was only the occasional long breath escaping from its nasal passages due to its extreme state of relaxation. Those small ancient birds and insects resting in the reed beds nearby seemed inspired by this peaceful aura, ceasing all their noise. The entire world became exceptionally restrained and gentle in this instant. There was no blood of the hunt, no anxiety of survival, only a small boat drifting slowly under the starlight. The inner world of Tyankisaurus reached a perfect fullness at this point. It achieved the most thorough reconciliation with this world by using its clumsiest body upon the lightest water surface. The moonlight refracted a cool, soft glow between the cracks of its back osteoderms, silhouetting it like an ancient miracle that had slept in the wetlands for hundreds of millions of years. It no longer needed to think about what tomorrow's land would become. Right now, this mirror-flat water was its eternal harbor. Under the gentle caress of the ripples, Tyankisaurus finally fell into the deepest, most carefree ancient dreamland. In the vast history of paleontology, its life might only be a minor interlude. It did not leave behind massive skeletons capable of shaking the earth. Yet, through its unique logic of life, it answered the most captivating riddle of existence, concerning survival, armor, and letting go. What it left to this world was not the white bones of plunder, but that faint ripple that forever maintained its steady, lazy sway in the deep of the night. When we find ourselves suffocated by daily pressure and clamorous trivialities in the long night, feeling our bodies as heavy as an unremovable suit of armor, we might as well gently sketch the image of Tyankisaurus in our minds. Go look at that ancient lake, flat as a mirror beneath the starlight. Try to relax your tense limbs just like Tyankisaurus, completely yield your entire body to the soft and warm bed beneath you. Allow the tide of your thoughts to drift lazily like faint water ripples, carrying you toward that sheltered harbor free from any disturbance. The night is very deep now, the breeze along the shore has carried away all the heat of the day, and the world is falling asleep in the darkness in the gentlest way possible. May you, within the ultimate cradle-like relaxation of Tyankisaurus and accompanied by the silent ripples of the ancient lake, peacefully enter a deep dreamland filled only with tranquility and devoid of clamor. On that land filled with feral snapping and rampaging behemoths, the laws of survival were often so cold they carried not a shred of warmth. While those monsters whose sizes blotted out the sky crushed one another in endless greed, a small and delicate life managed to live in a completely different manner. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This dinosaur was Bellosaurus, a short-necked sauropod that lived during the Middle-Late Jurassic, exceptionally small in body and delicate in appearance. In a sauropod family where size was truth, the 5-meter-long frame of Bellosaurus made it seem like a fragile, elegant anomaly. They had no towering necks to overlook the world, nor tail clubs to shatter everything. In the brutal ecological chain, they seemed ready to be swallowed by storms at any moment. Yet Bellosaurus possessed the most miraculous sanctuary on Earth, the unreserved, total trust and group bond they shared with one another. Whenever the freezing dark descended upon the wilderness, they would consciously huddle toward the center, pressing their warm bodies tightly together without an ounce of defense. Their delicate, short necks would intertwine gently in the night, delivering their most vulnerable throats and breathing to their most trusted companions. This simple, secure sense of snuggling among social animals was like an intangible yet intensely hot spring, capable of instantly filling all the loneliness between heaven and earth. On the ancient continent 200 million years ago, tectonic shifts triggered frequent climatic anomalies, and the once warm, humid monsoons began to carry a bone-chilling cold. The woodlands where Bellosaurus nested frequently saw cold, heavy frost mists descend at night. For these creatures lacking homeothermic feathers, this was a harsh rift of life. During this period, organisms operating alone endured immense risks. Not only did they have to watch for predators lurking in the shadows, but they also had to combat the ruthless loss of body heat. At that time, some solitary small predators still survived in the forest. They were agile and lethal by day, but by midnight, they would huddle shivering in cold rock piles out of loneliness and frost. Yet Bellosaurus never fell into such despair. Their perception of their companion's body heat transcended all fear of terrestrial dangers. Within this herd, there was a particular Bellosaurus that was even smaller than its peers, possessing an exceptionally stoic demeanor. We might as well call it Xiao Qiao in our story. Xiao Qiao's temperament within the herd was somewhat introverted. Its movements were always gentler than those of other companions, its face carrying a clean, restrained expression. On a sudden freezing night, a piercing gale blew away the last traces of warmth on the plain, the rampaging wind making low wails through the treetops. Being young and physically weak, Xiao Qiao's limbs shook uncontrollably on the frozen mud, its body heat rapidly draining through its rough skin, bringing it to the brink of the most unsettling end. Just when it thought it was about to be swallowed by this icy darkness, several elder Bellosaurus silently shifted their steady strides, slowly closing in on it from all sides. Those elder Bellosaurus used their thick, warm frames to solidly block the knife-like, piercingly cold gales blowing from Xiao Qiao's flank. They uttered no irritable cries, they simply lowered their heads submissively in the dark, using their moist breaths to gently brush over Xiao Qiao's somewhat rigid forehead. In that moment, the protective drive and dynamic within the group were displayed flawlessly. This was no condescending charity, but a deep-seated instinct for mutual reliance rooted in their genes. The nerves of Xiao Qiao, which had been taut with terror, relaxed completely the instant it was enveloped by the volcano-hot body temperature of its companions. It submissively extended its limbs, pressing its small body tightly against the broad ribcages of its companions, listening to that booming, steady heartbeat. Subsequently, an even more tender scene unfolded quietly in the silent frost. The companions began to move their necks interchangeably. One after another, short necks of modest length traced a soothing curve under the dim moonlight, intertwining as if weaving an organic mesh composed of life in the air. Xiao Qiao also gently rested its delicate neck on the shoulder and back of the companion beside it, its skin absorbing the deep warmth rising from beneath the companion's rough osteoderms. The tension within this dynamic reached a perfect equilibrium during this bitter night. No fighting, no pushing away, only absolute acceptance and cradling. The circumstances of the era ruthlessly squeezed their living space, yet within the gaps of pressing against one another, they found their most secure psychological haven. As the first ray of dawn broke through the heavy white frost, Xiao Qiao and its companions opened their clear eyes slowly amid the deep warmth. The brutal catastrophe of last night, which was enough to freeze countless solitary lives to death, ultimately left nothing but a thin layer of dew on their thick backs, which was quickly melted away by their body heat. The Bellosaurus stood up under the caress of the sun, regaining their past vivacity, stepping with light paces through the morning mist to forage for tender leaves covered in sweet nectar. Xiao Qiao's life underwent a fundamental transformation from this point forward. It no longer feared the dark night, but instead looked forward to each sundown with a cozy anticipation. As the years rolled by, Xiao Qiao gradually grew up under the sanctuary of the group. Its face maintained that signature delicacy, while its gaze grew increasingly serene and resolute. Within the herd, it began to play the role of those elders from its youth, using its own expanding back to shield the newly born baby Bellosaurus from wind and rain. They lived beneath the vast shadows of Yanquinosaurus and Monolophosaurus. Those powerful predators rampaged through the jungle, yet they could never thoroughly shatter the Bellosaurus herd. Because whenever crisis struck, the Bellosaurus never scattered in flight. They would rapidly form the tightest defensive ring, sheltering young lives in the most core, secure position. This choice of mutual sacrifice was their ultimate wisdom, yielding a partial loss to secure the life of the entire group, a concept thoroughly misunderstood by many solitary beasts. In the eyes of predators who knew only slaughter, these small fellows were merely lambs to the butchered, completely unaware of the indestructible group power contained within their bodies. On a Jurassic midnight filled with a canopy of stars yet exceptionally still, the wind over the wilderness had completely died down, and the air was laced with the faint scent of ferns. Having reached adulthood, Xiao Qiao and its partners returned once more to their most familiar low-lying valley to greet the conclusion of the day. The night sky was like a vast blanket woven from indigo velvet, gently draped over their heads, thoroughly barring all noise and heat out. The Bellosaurus stepped with light, measured paces, as regular and constant as a pendulum, huddling toward the valley center with a tacit understanding, their limbs making rustling sounds against the sand. Xiao Qiao stood securely at a certain spot on the outermost ring, its body radiating a healthy, hot temperature, welcoming the approach of several young companions by its side. Their massive yet compact bodies pressed tightly together without a single gap, the texture of their skin refracting a low saturation, ancient gray-brown sheen under the faint moonlight. Xiao Qiao lowered its head slowly, gently extending its delicate short neck to intertwine horizontally and vertically with the necks of two partners beside it. That simple, secure sense of snuggling flowed quietly beneath the silent night sky, like a wordless lullaby carrying an ultimate magic that made all things let go. Each breath became immensely long and light. They closed their eyes, letting their body temperatures fuse in the air, turning into a continuous current of deep warmth. On this night favored by fate and time, they were no longer insignificant underdogs of the dinosaur era, but wise beings possessing the most luxurious, peaceful dreamland in the world. Amid the gentle intertwining of short necks and the resonance of one another's heartbeats, the Bellosaurus fell completely into that deep ancient dreamland free of slaughter and filled only with mutual reliance. Their small remains turned into cold fossils after hundreds of millions of years, yet the warmth of their sleeping embrace in the dark managed to pierce through the vast torrent of time. What Bellosaurus truly left to this world was not a power capable of deterring all things, but that sliver of simple, secure protective light that never extinguished within the cold creases of life. When we feel our inner selves eroded by a massive sense of loneliness during the long night, or feel our bodies freezing and unable to sleep due to life's pressure, we might as well gently sketch the image of Bellosaurus in our minds. Go look at that cozy scene beneath the Jurassic starry sky, where they huddle together with short necks intertwined. Try to relax your tense shoulders just like those clever Bellosaurus, drop all your psychological defenses, and yield your body entirely to the warm bed beneath you. Imagine that a sincere warmth coming from your companions and from nature is gently enveloping you, smoothing away all the creases and traumas deep within your soul. No matter how immense the external cataclysms are, they cannot disturb your inner sheltered harbor. No matter how long the night is, it will ultimately dissolve into the sweetest dream within the deep warmth of huddling together. The night is very deep now, the dew in the valley has soaked the ancient soil, and all things have returned to a heavy sleep amidst ultimate tranquility. May you, within the gentle, serene breathing of Bellosaurus and accompanied by the security of group reliance, peacefully enter a deep dreamland filled only with healing and devoid of turmoil. In the Cretaceous period, when the Earth was scarred and battered by massive predators, survival seemed to favor only those colossal beasts with grand statures and brutal methods. However, when the final ray of the sunset was completely swallowed by the horizon, and a canopy of stars quietly lit up in the boundless night sky, another world was born. Within this realm constructed of darkness and tranquility, there existed a colossal being that transcended all survival logic of predators, a near miraculous creature. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This is the life of the Astrodon, a traditional sauropod giant whose name signifies star-shaped teeth, a gentle life that silently guarded the serenity in the dark night. Perhaps in the cold fossil measurements of modern geologists, it is merely a sequence of temperatureless fossil bones representing ultimate weight and astonishing length. But in that forest of tens of millions of years ago, when the Astrodon slowly halted its steps beneath the night shroud and became one with all things, the world sank into peace because of it. Its teeth, covered with unique, tiny depressions, were romantically described in stories as a small nest that could reflect starlight, hiding nature's gentlest secret. Carrying a blanket of soft leaves, it stood motionless beneath the starry canopy, letting the wind whisper in its ears, radiating a stoic natural aura and the fragrance of the soil. It always came to the highest hill on clear summer nights, silently gazing at the starry sky as if counting the stars above, turning life into a long journey of cultivation. As the stars in the night sky grew brighter and brighter, its large and deep eyes also grew heavier, finally falling into a deep sleep amidst the starry canopy without a single worry. In the long night that follows, there are no painful struggles forced by survival, nor any ruthless mockeries of fate at critical junctures. There is only its tidal-like, steady rhythm of life, and a highly cinematic ancient dreamscape that allows your soul to loosen completely, the first rift that pushed the fate of the Astrodon toward ultimate solitude and peace actually occurred during a highly unusual and unsettling twilight. At that time, morbid, dark purple clouds rolled across the sky like dried blood, and a superstorm rarely seen in a century was frantically brewing at the edge of the forest. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur and a suffocating barometric pressure, and herds of herbivorous dinosaurs were in a state of near-frantic panic. They trampled one another and roared madly at the narrow mouth of the canyon, losing their final sanity to contest even a fraction of living space to escape the impending disaster. Yet the Astrodon, a giant beast that had already reached adulthood and possessed a size surpassing the vast majority of its peers on the plain, stubbornly remained at the edge of the stampeding torrent. In the cold collective survival laws of the Cretaceous, being isolated and stationary usually meant that when the first wave of disaster descended, one's flesh would be ruthlessly torn apart and buried by nature. The psychological choice of the Astrodon in that instant was exceptionally anomalous. It did not join that meaningless, chaotic stampede, but instead watched coldly as the backs of its herd vanished into the depths of the canyon. That resistance to speed etched in its bones appeared so utterly out of place during that moment of crisis and anxiety, yet it held an anomalous majesty. Its eyes, large, deep, and even bearing a touch of refined elegance, closed slightly under the intense glare of lightning, as if perceiving a deeper pulse traveling from the depths of the earth. It understood that blind fear and disorganized fleeing could not secure true redemption within the storms of an era, but would only accelerate the exhaustion of life force. It turned around, trailing its immense tail that resembled a moving long bridge, and walked backward against the direction of the wind, step by step, with extreme slowness toward the hill at the highest point of the plain. With each step, its thick limbs spanning several meters required an extended amount of time to lift and lower. That steady cadence caused even the surrounding panicked airflow to freeze. This was a spontaneous choice to counter the era's circumstances with absolute slowness. It abandoned the illusory safety of the herd, willingly accepting the price to bear alone within the rift of darkness. When the first massive raindrop slapped onto its broad skin with its muted coppery sheen, it had already arrived at that absolutely empty place of silence that belonged solely to it. Deep night completely took over the entire valley. After the storm departed, it washed the entire sky free of a single speck of dust, revealing the purest canopy of the Cretaceous. The Astrodon stood quietly on the summit of the highest hill, the moonlight pouring down like a swath of silver-white silk, unreservedly washing over its skin with its muted deep greenish tone. Its face appeared remarkably stoic and refined. Upon this rampaging land of the late Cretaceous, such an expression possessed a near unreal sense of healing. It turned its body slowly, adjusting its massive, steady frame toward the most brilliant direction of the Milky Way, beginning its daily stargazing ritual that never failed. Its unique mouth structure, named after its star-shaped teeth, seemed to extend a silent greeting to the stars on the horizon in its slight parting and closing, using nature's oldest language. The autumn wind gently brushed the giant fern spanning the hills, and the surface exhaled the warm fragrance of the soil as stars began to light up one after another in the deep night sky. A wondrous thing occurred in this moment. The long-necked posture of the Astrodon gazing upward was held for so long that the flowing time around it seemed to become viscous. Its gaze moved with extreme slowness among the stars, as if there truly were an invisible old ledger recording the brilliance emitted by every single constellation during this long night. As the night deepened to the absolute limit, the brightest Sirius in the sky finally climbed to the zenith, splashing a sliver of cool and pure silver glow onto its large eyelids. That process was filled with ultimate tranquility and elegance. Without any extra clamorous movements, it completely laid down its defenses as a giant beast, thoroughly merging into this deep universe. The Astrodon thoroughly enjoyed this subtle relationship tension established with the distant starry sky. In this pure, deep night, it was neither the prey of predators nor an outcast of the herd. It became the guardian of this land, letting the endless starlight pour upon its spine layer by layer, transforming into a thick, invisible blanket carrying a spiritual temperature. Listening to this silence where starlight flowed, you too seem able to cross the time tunnel of tens of millions of years, touching that cool air soaked in moonlight, feeling a state of truest relaxation. The night had deepened to the absolute limit, and the flashing stars in the sky were as brilliant as an unextinguishable feast, silently overlooking this strange creature performing its solitary piece. After standing and counting stars for dozens of minutes, the Astrodon finally halted its movements beside a giant river boulder on the hill that still radiated a deep warmth from the daytime sun. It did not rush to close its eyes in slumber. Instead, it extended its long, streamlined neck slightly forward, letting the cool stream water flowing through the valley gently kiss its dry lips. Its manner of drinking was exceptionally restrained and slow, each swallow accompanied by a serene rumble originating deep within its throat, as if using this holy spring to purify all internal anxiety. At this moment, its inner state was in an ultimate peace where self and world were both forgotten. Those massive predators of the outside world were nothing more than an illusion destined to end sooner or later in its eyes. Meanwhile, this continuous stream, this immutable starry sky, and those star glows reflected in its own mouth were the sole eternal realities of its life. It had found its own psychological logic within the long dark night, in an era unsuited to speed, using its own stillness to redefine the span of time. Its limbs sank securely into the soft grass, and its plump yet unbloated abdomen gradually pressed against the warm soil fragrant with vegetation. Its miraculous tail now lay limply upon the slope of the hill, letting the cool midnight winds wash gently against the edges of its scales again and again. Each night wind-like wash left an exceptionally faint ripple upon the wave of grass, a sensation like a hermit of the earth slowly shedding his final defenses. Those small mammals hidden deep within the soil and tree hollows, upon confirming that the regular sound of water had transformed into a steady rumble, also thoroughly abandoned a full day of panic. They curled up together one after another, entering the sweetest and most secure dreamland, because the breathing of the Astrodon was the most reassuring, invisible boundary within this silent valley. This was the blind zone before dawn, the coldest and easiest time to lose one's direction, when the entire world seemed to plunge into an absolute, near-deadly, ethereal dreamscape. The Astrodon resting beside the warm rock had thoroughly entered the deepest layer of sleep, yet that refined and serene aura upon its body had not dissipated in the slightest. Its eyes were tightly closed, its long eyelashes twitching with extreme subtlety in the occasional night breeze, and the scales on its skin reflected a muted, noble texture under the starlight. Its breathing frequency had slowed to the limit, each rise and fall of its chest demanding an immensely long wait, as if maintaining a synchronized rhythm with the pulse of this ancient earth. Wondrously, whenever the gentle breeze of the valley swept across the hill where it rested, its regular tide-like purring sound would release an exceptionally soft, highly steady rumbling sound. That sound echoed softly in the night sky, transforming into a natural, low-frequency white noise, becoming the warmest and most secure psychological solace in this long night. In this echoing moment that decided fate, the Astrodon thoroughly dissolved the cold evolutionary paradox of the dinosaur world with its body, which appeared massive yet was lived as poetry. It required no one to understand its value, nor did it need to leave behind any earth-shattering imprints. It merely left the ultimate gentleness and restraint of nature to this dark night. Within this spiritual haven that belongs to it and to you, all misunderstandings, all loneliness, and all the frustrations of the day are dissolved bit by bit in this intertwining of falling leaves and starlight. You only need to allow your consciousness to drift lazily along with that regular rustling sound, which seems both far and near, like lying upon an ancient feather devoid of any gravity. There is no need to think further of tomorrow's hustling and exhaustion, nor any need to feel deep self-blame for the day's constraints. In this peaceful, deep night, slowing down is your very dignity. Close your eyes, and let the Astrodon steady, secure life field of the Astrodon envelop you thoroughly and gently, carrying you toward the deepest, purest end of sleep. When the absolute edge of the distant horizon began to quietly reveal the first ray of a highly delicate, near-transparent morning light, this long night was finally about to greet its ultimate farewell. The morning mist began to disperse slowly over the hills like a lingering shroud of gauze, and the massive, gentle frame of the Astrodon gradually revealed its soft silhouette in the dim dawn. The natural magic belonging to the night was quietly dissolving, and the daytime world would soon be harshly dominated once more by brutal competition and endless running. But in these past dozens of minutes, this long-necked giant beast gazing at the starry sky had carved out an eternal sanctuary for us within the cold, long history of evolution through its life. Using its posture of absolute immobility beneath the night shroud, its mouth hollows reflecting starlight, and its deliberate paces, it answered all the riddles we posed in the prologue. It left behind no cruel reputation capable of dominating the plains. It merely left nature's ultimate gentleness, restraint, and mastery over time to this ancient earth that embraced its solitude. Now, the voice of the story is fading gradually within this morning breeze, and that memory of the Cretaceous from tens of millions of years ago should return to the depths of the soil and fossils to sleep once more. Yet the peace and certainty left by the Astrodon in the dark night will transform into the gentlest night wind beside your pillow, long and loyally guarding your every sleep. Have no further worries about the unknown. That strange and mild creature will always walk quietly at the edge of your dreamscape, using its spine that has counted constellations to shield you from all anxiety and storms. Now, please thoroughly relax your every nerve, allowing the boundless sleepiness to completely and gently submerge you like a warm tide. Within this ancient dreamscape thoroughly healed by the night, sleep peacefully. Good night, in this silent, long night that belongs to you. Good night, and may you possess the sweetest, purest dream. The late Cretaceous period, when the Earth was downtrodden by huge predators, seemed to only favor giant beasts with vast sizes and ruthless tactics. Yet, in deep and quiet southerly valleys, was a peculiar miracle, spending every kill-filled night in an incredibly gentle way. It was a singular small ankylosaur, supposed to rely on heavy armor and tough weapons to smash against the world, but it turned its defense into a soft composition. Tonight, let us gather by gently flickering hearth fire, and with this tale requiring no effort to remember, step together into its true lifetime. That belongs to the lifetime of Stiguros, a wanderer in mist who used tail tip to paddle solitude and weave peace in cool streams. Within the icy remnants of fossils, people are amazed by that bizarre structure resembling a special blunt instrument on its tail, guessing what kind of self-defense or lethal weapon it was. But in this quiet deep night, that gentle creature from tens of millions of years ago is strolling unhurriedly by the starlit stream, bearing its unique lean face and calm eyes. It does not rush to display its power in darkness because in this world, sound can also be a most mighty refuge, able to dissolve all panic. At this moment, daylight chases and roars have long sunk into the cracks of the earth with the setting sun, leaving only soft whispers of the wind sweeping through tree-fair leaves in the valley. That Stiguros, with calm gaze and restrained posture, is slowly extending its tail tip with the strange blunt instrument towards the endlessly flowing, cool stream. For each paddle, a crisp and rhythmic water sound undulates in the open night sky, like a deep solace being offered to this tired ancient world. In the following period, there are no inescapable tragedies, nor frantic squeezing of fate by time trends, only a long deep night belonging to it and you. You no longer attempt to analyze that complicated survival logic, your tight nerves will slow sink into the deepest depths of soft dreams along with those rhythmic notes. The first fissure pushing Stiguros' fate towards extreme solitude and tranquility happened on an evening shrouded by blood-colored setting sun light. At that time, a tragic herd migration was happening over the plain. Groups of large ankylosaurs were taking heavy steps, attempting to cross a canyon before a thunderstorm arrived. Due to its extremely small size, Stiguros appeared utterly helpless and insignificant beneath the feet of clumsy and panicked giants, at risk of being stepped into fragments by companions' pitiless heavy steps at a moment. What caused it more pause was that because of its overly bizarre structure resembling a special blunt instrument but not robust tail structure, it was always viewed as a misfit unable to provide sufficient defense in the herd. Within the cold power relations of the Dinosaur world, imperfect weapons offered me the price of abandonment, and that evening, it was forced to make its psychological choice. It did not choose to exert all its power to keep up with the pace of those huge beasts because blind running would only exhaust its final physical strength in endless anxiety. It stubbornly stopped its steps, watching the torrent of companions disappear the other side of the deep canyon, kicking up dust, abandoning it alone in the encroaching darkness. Air around began to cool rapidly, and low growls belonging to predators rumbled vaguely the distant horizon. Danger was stealthy spreading from all directions. Had it been a small dinosaur, it would likely have been shivering in fear or rushing blindly in the darkness until falling into a fatal trap. But in those large and deep eyes of Stiguros, there was not a bit of uneasiness. It seemed to feel another dignity given to it by fate at this moment. It turned around, dragging that special tail misunderstood by companions, and leisurely walked down the dry riverbed, towards that secret, quiet stream deep within the valley. It gave up the herd's false sense of security, choosing to establish its own solitary order of tranquility in the crack of the black night. even if it meant a lifetime of solitude. Pebbles beneath its feet emitted the warmth of the soil in the night. It walked extremely slowly and steadily, each step like a silent farewell to daylight's harsh rules. It finally smelled the fragrance of water vapor and heard fine flowing water sounds not far away. It knew it had found that spiritual haven of its deep night thoroughly took over the southerly valley, gently covering all killing and unrest with a layer of hazy, ink-blue thin mist. Stiguros quietly stood by a clear stream filled with ancient mosses, moonlight like a piece of silvery silk. You reservedly spilled its carapace, with slightly dull green color. Its facial expression appeared extremely clear and refined, and this tumultuous late Cretaceous land, this demeanor had an almost unreal healing quality. It slowly turned its body, extending that tail tip with strange blunt instrument, extremely slowly, extremely carefully, the shallow stream that was babbling. The moment icy stream water touched fingertips like scales, it slightly closed those large, vicissitude-weathered eyes. Every tight joint of the body thoroughly relaxed at this moment. It began to gently paddle its specialized tail the water surface at an unbelievable rhythmic frequency, motion slow as if an ancient ritual strolling the edge of stillness. As the tail tip paddled the cool stream water struck special bony grooves the blunt instrument, emitting an extremely crisp, hollow, and resonance-filled ding-dong sound. That sound perfectly fused with the stream's babbling, weaving a natural lullaby that could be heard tens of millions of years ago in the quiet deep night. That was not disorganized noise, but a type of slow-paced rhythm with strong psychological suggestion, each sound jump accompanied by a deep breath of its chest. An ancient dragonfly with faint fluorescence all over its body, soothed by this sound, actually boldly stopped the bony plate above its tail, antennae swaying gently. Stiguros deeply enjoyed this relationship Sio establishing with diverse life forms. In this pure deep night, it was not predator's prey, nor the herd's castaway. It became this stream valley's creator, using its reverse-filled gentle movements to dissolve all tightness caused by time trends and survival pressure from the outside. Listening to this crisp water sound, you seem able to cross the time tunnel of tens of millions of years, touch that icy water surface soaked in moonlight, feel the purest relaxation. Please upload a photo for me to use as a reference. In the Jurassic morning, when the Earth had just opened its eyes and the dinosaur family was about to write its legends, the melody of life was exceptionally exuberant. Countless creatures, growing progressively larger, ran across the wilderness, asserting their dominion over this new world with speed and power. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. Beneath the feet of these clamorous giants, however, there existed a tiny life that enacted the transition between motion and stillness to perfection. Its name was Lesothosaurus. It was remarkably small, barely a meter in length, its delicate and agile form flickering through the dense foliage like a transient flash of golden light. In the prehistoric jungle governed by natural selection, such a weak frame usually meant it had to remain tightly coiled at all times, ever ready to greet the most unsettling end. Yet Lesothosaurus possessed a most astonishing counterinstincct. By day, it was the swiftest and most cheerful dancer upon the wilderness. But the moment the final trace of twilight sank completely below the western mountain ridges, it would shed all defenses in an instant and slip submissively into a hidden sanctuary. Deep within a tree hollow lined with dry ferns, it would fall into a state of ultimate, motionless sleep, completely devoid of struggle. This life wisdom of perfectly switching between action and stillness was like a gentle ancient lullaby, capable of smoothing away all the restlessness left behind by the day. On the early Jurassic plains of southern Africa, the changing of seasons always arrived with an unquestionable coldness and decisiveness. The prolonged dry season caused vast tracts of vegetation to wither, leaving the once dense woodland sparse and severely compressing the hiding spaces of small animals. Lesothosaurus and its companions were forced to expose themselves upon the wider, open wilderness, which undoubtedly tore a rift in the defensive line of their fate. At that time, medium-sized carnivorous dinosaurs had already appeared on the plains, pacing heavily as they patrolled around the thickets. For a Lesothosaurus devoid of any defensive weapons, its life safety rested entirely upon its slender yet immensely explosive hind limbs. Within this particular group of Lesothosaurus, there was an individual of exceptionally balanced proportions and a stoic, sharp gaze, always the most active one in the daytime brush. Each of its movements overflowed with abounding vitality as it searched under the sunlight for tender berries and low-growing fern shoots. However, high-intensity sprinting and constant, taut vigilance exacted a heavy psychological toll in secret, placing a massive burden upon its spirit. Whenever the midday sun baked the earth scorching hot, it had to turn its lean face again and again while foraging, remaining alert to dangers lurking in the shadows. This extreme imbalance in the dynamic of power forced it to pay a high price for survival during the day, its nerve stretched like a fully drawn bowstring, never knowing when it might snap. The trials of fate are often harshest during the twilight hours when light and shadow intertwine, that is the favorite hunting time for predators and the moment of maximum tension in wilderness dynamics. Once, while chasing a drifting tender leaf, this Lesothosaurus inadvertently strayed far from its familiar thickets and arrived at an open, rocky stretch of ground. In that very instant, a long-hidden carnivorous dinosaur erupted from behind a boulder, moving with heavy strides and carrying a cold intent to kill as it charged straight toward it. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify completely. The chase between the small dinosaur and the large predator erupted in a flash, the immediacy of the scene tightening to the absolute limit. Relying entirely on survival instinct, the Lesothosaurus mobilized the muscles of its hind limbs to the utmost, executing near-frantic, irregular darting maneuvers between dense rock crevices and low grass. In the grip of extreme terror, its mind instead attained an unnatural clarity, knowing that slowing down for even a single second meant disappearing from this world forever. Its delicate body traced perilous arcs through the scorching air, utilizing the agility afforded by its small size to navigate precariously through the gaps of massive boulders. The immense frame of that carnivorous dinosaur appeared somewhat clumsy amid the dense rocks, its heavy impact sending splinters of stone flying, yet it always remained just a fraction of a distance away. Ultimately, by utilizing the terrain to perfection and drawing upon the agility accumulated during the day, the Lesothosaurus executed a sharp turn and successfully slipped into an exceptionally narrow subterranean crevice. The roaring outside persisted for a long time before finally fading into the distance, leaving the Lesothosaurus hiding in the dark crevice, panting heavily and enduring the physical toll of its narrow escape. This perilous brush with death brought the Lesothosaurus a deeper understanding of fate regarding this seemingly peaceful wilderness. It began to realize that while the bounding and running of the day were necessary means to forage and evade danger, they were not the entirety of life. It required an absolute sanctuary where it could completely release its taut nerves, an ultimate home where its soul could settle gently in the dark of the night. Consequently, through the long days that followed, whenever it traversed the brush by day, it began to consciously search for hidden corners upon the landscape. It did not envy those monsters that rampaged across the land. It only wished to carve out a peaceful, undisturbed domain for itself within the crevices of a massive world. Finally, at the base of an ancient redwood tree that had already withered along half its trunk yet still stood defiantly at the edge of the plain, it discovered an excellent hollow. The entrance to this tree was remarkably hidden, perfectly obscured from the outside by drooping dead vines and tall grasses, while the internal space was sufficiently dry and spacious. Over the next few twilights, the Lesothosaurus slowly and submissively carried back many dry ferns that had baked in the sun all day, radiating a faint, pleasant fragrance. Using its slender beak, it layered these soft fronds one by one with immense patience at the bottom of the hollow, weaving a most comforting bed. As the nest neared completion bit by bit, a subtle transformation occurred within its psychology, and it began to hold a cozy anticipation for the descent of the night. As the final ray of the sunset finally dissolved completely on the horizon, the indigo night sky covered the entire wilderness like a vast tapestry. Those clamorous races and brutal chases of the day began to settle slowly into a deep quiet as the temperature dropped. Having bounded through the brush all day, the Lesothosaurus returned to the base of that ancient redwood tree with light, measured paces, tired, yet appearing incredibly submissive. It turned its delicate face one last time to confirm that no danger lingered in its surroundings, then lowered its head slightly and slipped deftly into the hidden tree hollow that belonged to it. The moment it stepped inside, the night wind carrying the chill of the outside was thoroughly barred, leaving only the pleasant herbal fragrance of dry ferns wafting through the air. The world here was so pure and clean, free from the tyranny of the strong over the weak, devoid of survival anxiety, offering only a protective embrace that invited a complete shedding of defenses. The Lesothosaurus walked slowly to the grass bed it had meticulously fashioned itself, its limbs submissively yielding as it curled its long tail gracefully along one side of its body. Its frame made contact with the soft, dry leaves, producing a minute, rustling sound of comfort, and then it settled down completely in an absolute, unmoving posture. There was no prolonged tossing and turning, no lingering tension in its spirit. The very instant it closed those eyes ridden with absolute peace, it drifted directly into the deepest, instantaneous sleep. That transition from ultimate motion to ultimate stillness carried no hesitation, possessing a hypnotic magic that invited all things in heaven and earth to lay down their guard. Enveloped in the warm embrace of dry ferns, the Lesothosaurus quietly enjoyed its ancient dreamland, free from any turmoil and filled only with tranquility. Its compact body remained absolutely motionless within the dark tree hollow, with only a faint, near imperceptible rhythm of breathing rising and falling gently in the air. Its life within the vast river of existence was perhaps remarkably brief, and it left behind no grand, thunderous tales for posterity to revere. Yet, in this most submissive and pure manner, it demonstrated to us across 200 million years the perfect rhythm of life, to dance fully in the day, and to let go completely in the night. The hidden tree hollow it left behind, lined with dry leaves, was like a sanctuary crossing space and time, smoothing away all the heat and restlessness of the eras. When we find ourselves unable to sleep in the long night due to daytime anxieties, our minds racing like a machine that cannot stop, we might as well gently sketch the image of Lesothosaurus in our thoughts. Go look at that warm tree hollow at the base of the redwood trunk, lined with dry ferns. Try to relax your tense limbs just like that small, submissive dinosaur, shed all your psychological burdens, and yield your body entirely to the warm bed beneath you. Allow the tide of instantaneous sleep to swallow you gently like a midnight ocean current, carrying you toward that serene dreamland free from any disturbance. The night is deep now, the wind over the plain has carried away the last lingering warmth of the day, and all things have returned to silence amidst an ultimate restraint. May you drift peacefully into a warm ancient dreamland within the gentle, motionless presence of the Lesothosaurus, accompanied by the fragrance of dry grass. In that late Cretaceous epoch filled with wildness and ruthless hunting, the value of life always seemed to be rigidly defined by body size and predatory instincts. However, when the final ray of the sunset was completely swallowed by the horizon, and a canopy of stars quietly lit up in the boundless night sky, another world was born. Within this realm constructed of darkness and tranquility, there existed a colossal being that transcended all survival logic of predators, a near miraculous creature. Tonight, beside the softly flickering hearth, let us step into its true life along with this story that requires no effort to remember. This is the life of the Ankylosaurus, a titanosaurian sauropod possessing irregular osteoderms on its back, a gentle life that silently guarded the serenity in the dark night. Perhaps in the cold fossil measurements of modern geologists, it is merely a sequence of temperatureless fossil specimens representing ultimate weight and astonishing length. But in that forest of tens of millions of years ago, when the Ankylosaurus slowly halted its steps beneath the night shroud and became one with all things, the world sank into peace because of it. Its back, covered with rugged ridges, was romantically described in stories as a small nest that could catch falling leaves and pine cones, hiding nature's gentlest secret. Carrying a blanket of soft leaves, it stood motionless beneath the starry canopy, letting the wind whisper in its ears, radiating a stoic natural aura and the fragrance of the soil. That silence carried not a single shred of defense or violence. Instead, it was like a deep whisper from the ancient earth, instantly smoothing away all the tension in the air. At this very moment, the chases and clamor of the day have drifted away with the geothermal heat, and the distant cycad forests sway gently in the breeze, wafting the subtle fragrance of greenery. In the long night that follows, there are no painful struggles forced by survival, nor any ruthless mockeries of fate at critical junctures. There is only its tidal-like, steady rhythm of life, and a highly cinematic ancient dreamscape that allows your soul to loosen completely. The first rift that pushed the fate of the Ankylosaurus toward ultimate solitude and peace actually occurred during a highly unusual and unsettling twilight. At that time, morbid, dark purple clouds rolled across the sky like dried blood, and a superstorm rarely seen in a century was frantically brewing at the edge of the forest. The air was thick with the pungent scent of sulfur and a suffocating barometric pressure, and herds of herbivorous dinosaurs were in a state of near-frantic panic. They trampled one another and roared madly at the narrow mouth of the canyon, losing their final sanity to contest even a fraction of living space to escape the impending disaster. Yet the Ankylosaurus, a giant beast that had already reached adulthood and possessed a size surpassing the vast majority of its peers on the plain, stubbornly remained at the edge of the stampeding torrent. In the cold collective survival laws of the Cretaceous, being isolated and stationary usually meant that when the first wave of disaster descended, one's flesh would be ruthlessly torn apart and buried by nature. The psychological choice of the Ankylosaurus in that instant was exceptionally anomalous. It did not join that meaningless, chaotic stampede, but instead watched coldly as the backs of its herd vanished into the depths of the canyon. That resistance to speed etched in its bones appeared so utterly out of place during that moment of crisis and anxiety, yet it held an anomalous majesty. Its eyes, large, deep, and even bearing a touch of refined elegance, closed slightly under the intense glare of lightning, as if perceiving a deeper pulse traveling from the depths of the earth. It understood that blind fear and disorganized fleeing could not secure true redemption within the storms of an era, but would only accelerate the exhaustion of life force. It turned around, trailing its immense tail that resembled a moving long bridge, and walked backward against the direction of the wind, step by step, with extreme slowness into the heart of the forest. With each step, its thick limbs spanning several meters required an extended amount of time to lift and lower. That steady cadence caused even the surrounding panicked airflow to freeze. This was a spontaneous choice to counter the era's circumstances with absolute slowness. It abandoned the illusory safety of the herd, willingly accepting the price to bear alone within the rift of darkness. When the first massive raindrop slapped onto its broad skin with its muted coppery sheen, it had already arrived at that absolutely empty place of silence that belonged solely to it. Deep night completely took over the entire southern valley, gently covering all slaughter and unease with a layer of hazy, indigo-blue mist. The Ankylosaurus stood quietly beside a clear stream carpeted with ancient moss, the moonlight pouring down like a swath of silver-white silk, unreservedly washing over its armor with its muted greenish tone. Its face appeared remarkably stoic and refined. Upon this rampaging land of the late Cretaceous, such an expression possessed a near unreal sense of healing. It turned its body slowly, embedding its massive, cumbersome frame into the shallow, trickling shallows with immense deliberation and care. Its irregular osteoderms, weathered by the eras, presented the texture of ancient rock beneath the moonlight, covered in natural grooves and crevices. The autumn wind gently brushed the giant trees overhead, and broad, dry, golden leaves began to twirl in the night sky, drifting down slowly like weary butterflies. A wondrous thing occurred in this moment. Those falling leaves did not drop into the cold soil, but settled securely between the rugged ridges of the Ankylosaurus's back. Because it maintained absolute immobility for so long, its back became the final resting place for the falling leaves of the entire forest, those irregular hollows gently catching every single leaf that fell. Before long, several heavy ancient pine cones carrying the scent of resin also thumped onto its back, sliding along the bony slope into one of the warmest depressions. That sound was remarkably faint, yet in the silent night, it sounded exceptionally crisp and reassuring, as if the forest itself were presenting its final tribute to this ancient totem. The Ankylosaurus thoroughly enjoyed this subtle relationship tension established with the plant world. In this pure, deep night, it was neither the prey of predators nor an outcast of the herd. It became a part of this jungle, allowing the falling leaves to layer upon its spine, transforming into a thick blanket of leaves carrying the temperature of life. Listening to this fine sound of leaf fall, you too seem able to cross the time tunnel of tens of millions of years, touching that cool leaf soaked in moonlight, feeling a state of truest relaxation. The night had deepened to the absolute limit, and the flashing stars in the sky were as brilliant as an unextinguishable feast, silently overlooking this strange creature performing its solitary piece. After standing in deep contemplation for dozens of minutes, the Ankylosaurus finally halted its movements beside a giant river boulder in the jungle that still radiated a deep warmth from the daytime sun. It did not rush to close its eyes in slumber. Instead, it extended its long, streamlined neck slightly forward, letting the cool stream water gently kiss its dry lips. Its manner of drinking was exceptionally restrained and slow, each swallow accompanied by a serene rumble originating deep within its throat, as if using this holy spring to purify all internal anxiety. At this moment, its inner state was in a ultimate peace where self and world were both forgotten. Those massive dinosaurs of the outside world were nothing more than an illusion destined to end sooner or later in its eyes. Meanwhile, this continuous stream, this immutable starry sky, and those leaves and pine cones carried upon its own back were the sole eternal realities of its life. It had found its own psychological logic within the long dark night, in an era unsuited to speed, using its own stillness to redefine the span of time. Its limbs sank securely into the wet sand, and its plump yet unbloated abdomen gradually pressed against the warm soil fragrant with vegetation. Its miraculous tail now lay limply upon the shallows at the stream's edge, letting the small waves wash gently against the edges of its bony blunt weapon again and again. Each tidal-like wash left an exceptionally faint ripple upon the sand, a sensation like a hermit of the earth slowly shedding his final defenses. Those small mammals hidden deep within the soil and tree hollows, upon confirming that the regular sound of water had transformed into a steady rumble, also thoroughly abandoned a full day of panic. They curled up together one after another, entering the sweetest and most secure dreamland, because the breathing of the Ankylosaurus was the most reassuring, invisible boundary within this silent valley. This was the blind zone before dawn, the coldest and easiest time to lose one's direction, when the entire world seemed to plunge into an absolute, near-deadly, ethereal dreamscape. The Ankylosaurus resting beside the warm rock had thoroughly entered the deepest layer of sleep, yet that refined and serene aura upon its body had not dissipated in the slightest. Its eyes were tightly closed, its long eyelashes twitching with extreme subtlety in the occasional night breeze, and the scales on its skin reflected a muted, noble texture under the starlight. Its breathing frequency had slowed to the limit, each rise and fall of its chest demanding an immensely long wait, as if maintaining a synchronized rhythm with the pulse of this ancient earth. Wondrously, whenever the gentle breeze of the valley swept across the sand where it rested, the thick layer of leaves accumulated on its back would release an exceptionally soft, highly regular rustling sound. That sound echoed softly in the night sky, transforming into a natural, low-frequency white noise, becoming the warmest and most secure psychological solace in this long night. In this echoing moment that decided fate, the Ankylosaurus thoroughly dissolved the cold evolutionary paradox of the dinosaur world with its body, which appeared rugged yet was lived as poetry. It required no one to understand its value, nor did it need to leave behind any earth-shattering imprints, it merely left the ultimate gentleness and restraint of nature to this dark night. Within this spiritual haven that belongs to it and to you, all misunderstandings, all loneliness, and all the frustrations of the day are dissolved bit by bit in this intertwining of falling leaves and starlight. You only need to allow your consciousness to drift lazily along with that regular rustling sound, which seems both far and near, like lying upon an ancient feather devoid of any gravity. There is no need to think further of tomorrow's hustling and exhaustion, nor any need to feel deep self-blame for the day's constraints. In this peaceful, deep night, slowing down is your very dignity. Close your eyes, and let the steady, secure life field of the Ankylosaurus envelop you thoroughly and gently, carrying you toward the deepest, purest end of sleep. When the absolute edge of the distant horizon began to quietly reveal the first ray of a highly delicate, near-transparent morning light, this long night was finally about to greet its ultimate farewell. The morning mist began to disperse slowly over the jungle like a lingering shroud of gauze, and the massive, gentle frame of the Ankylosaurus gradually revealed its soft silhouette in the dim dawn. The natural magic belonging to the night was quietly dissolving, and the daytime world would soon be harshly dominated once more by brutal competition and endless running. But in these past dozens of minutes, this titan sauropod carrying the forest leaves had carved out an eternal sanctuary for us within the cold, long history of evolution through its life. Using its posture of absolute immobility beneath the night shroud, its back hollows filled with falling leaves and pine cones, and its deliberate paces, it answered all the riddles we posed in the prologue. It left behind no cruel reputation capable of dominating the plains, it merely left nature's ultimate gentleness, restraint, and mastery over time to this ancient earth that embraced its solitude. Now, the voice of the story is fading gradually within this morning breeze, and that memory of the Cretaceous from tens of millions of years ago should return to the depths of the soil and fossils to sleep once more. Yet the peace and certainty left by the Ankylosaurus in the dark night will transform into the gentlest night wind beside your pillow, long and loyally guarding your every sleep. Have no further worries about the unknown. That strange and mild creature will always walk quietly at the edge of your dreamscape, using its leaf-filled spine to shield you from all anxiety and storms. Now, Please thoroughly relax your every nerve, allowing the boundless sleepiness to completely and gently submerge you like a warm tide. Within this ancient dreamscape thoroughly healed by the night, sleep peacefully. Good night, in this silent, long night that belongs to you. Good night, and may you possess the sweetest, purest dream. As the bustle of the day fades away, the ancient plains sink into absolute silence. Here, life no longer proves its existence by running and praying. Instead, beneath the deepest canopy of night, it searches for a rhythm to settle the soul. Tonight, let us gather by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into its true lifetime. It is the life of the Lustrosaurus, a gentle creature softly wandering through the ancient mists. Perhaps in modern fossil remains, people can only catch a glimpse of its long and massive skeletal frame. But in the deep night of tens of millions of years ago, it was a lonely yet incredibly tender traveler in the mist. It did not need its colossal body to intimidate this dangerous world. On the contrary, throughout its exceedingly long life, it spent most of its time using the gentlest steps to cherish every blade of grass and tree upon the earth. The pervasive fog was its sanctuary and the home it returned to every night as promised. Now, the lights of the world have gradually gone out, and that gentle giant is slowly walking towards us from the depths of the forest. Each step it takes feels like a profound solace brought to this weary night. Tonight's story has no thrilling hunts, nor cold laws of survival. There is only its regular, quiet breathing, and an ancient dream about to melt into the moonlight. When the last ray of the setting sun sinks below the western horizon, damp mists begin to rise at the forest's edge. The Lustrosaurus slowly raises its head from a cluster of tall tree ferns, the moonlight catching its long and elegant neck perfectly. The daytime world belongs to the predators, running, roaring, and fighting for survival territory under the sun. But for the extremely gentle Lustrosaurus, the night is when it is truly awake and feels safe. It is a pure herbivorous dinosaur with a massive yet entirely non-aggressive body. Every contour of its form has softened over long evolutionary cycles, as if born tailored to fit this tranquil night. It gently sways its long tail, the tip brushing against the dewdrops on the grass with a faint, rustling whisper. That sound is like a soothing prelude, announcing that its nightly stroll has officially begun. It does not rush to find food but stands perfectly still for a long time, as if using its immense body to sense the shifting night winds. The small mammals and insects of the forest hide in their respective burrows, warily perceiving their surroundings. However, when they hear the steady, slow footsteps of the Lustrosaurus, their tense nerves inexplicably relax. For in this ancient world, the footsteps of the Lustrosaurus are the most reassuring signal in the night sky. It takes its first step unhurriedly, its sturdy foot padding onto a thick cushion of moss, producing almost no vibration. As it moves forward, the surrounding mist parts gently like a receding tide, only to gather softly again behind it. Around this massive body, there seems to be an invisible magnetic field, slowly drawing away all feelings of unease. It is like a moving island, sailing smoothly through the waves of the night, carrying the listener far away from the anxieties and restlessness of the day. The midnight mist grows heavier, wrapping the entire valley in a hazy, milky white. The Lustrosaurus slowly walks into the deepest part of the fog. Visibility here is extremely low, yet it seems to know the location of every single tree by heart. Its long neck stretches slightly forward, tracing an elegant arc through the fog, as if using its skin to touch the floating microscopic water droplets. With every step it takes, ripples form in the thin mist, subtle and barely perceptible to the naked eye. It feels as though it is caressing this fragile, beautiful fog with its entire body. In this world constructed entirely of heavy mist, all light is refracted into a soft, silvery gray. Without the piercing sunlight or complex colors, the world is reduced to its purest lines and silhouettes. The Lustrosaurus deeply enjoys this purity. It gently closes its large, docile eyes, beginning to rely entirely on hearing and touch to perceive the world. By its ears is only the whisper of the breeze through the treetops, along with the warm aroma of the soil below, carrying a faint scent of fresh earth. This state of absolute stillness brings ultimate peace to its heart, making its breathing deeper and more rhythmic. Each inhalation feels like drawing the crispest, purest air of the valley into its chest. And each exhalation releases a stream of warm air, condensing into a faint white plume in the chilly fog. That low-frequency rumbling echoes through the empty ancient night sky, carrying an indescribable, lullaby-like magic. If one were to lie on this grass and listen to its breathing, ebbing and flowing rhythmically like the tide, they would completely drop all defenses within seconds. Because that sound represents a supreme, timeless sense of security, the deepest comfort of Mother Nature. It is never rushed, always maintaining its own pace, quietly measuring the earth and softly soothing this ancient world. In the midst of the FOGE.I and the center of the valley lies an ancient lake, as still as a mirror. The Lustrosaurus slowly comes to a halt by the water's edge. It lowers its head, its long neck hovering above the surface for a long time. The moon just then emerges from behind the clouds, casting its silver-white light unreservedly upon the lake, reflecting the giant's massive and gentle silhouette. The water is crystalline, revealing ancient aquatic plants swaying softly with the faint current below. The Lustrosaurus is in no rush to drink. It merely gazes quietly at its own reflection in the water, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with another self. A cool midnight breeze blows across, stirring tiny ripples on the lake, shattering the moon's reflection into countless fragments of silver. It slowly lowers its head, touching the cold water gently with its warm muzzle. In an instant, a perfect circle of ripples undulates outward. Its drinking is slow and measured, each swallow carrying a powerful rhythm, the glugging sound particularly clear in the midnight silence. The water flows down its long esophagus, bringing a soothing coolness to its core. Sated, it raises its head contentedly, crystal dewdrops sliding from the corners of its mouth and splashing back onto the lake with a crisp chime. The sound is like the most beautiful note of a chime in the deep night, making the already quiet air feel even more ethereal. It turns around and slowly lies down on a soft sandy beach covered in ferns. Its sturdy limbs bend first, settling its massive, steady belly against the warm sand, while its long neck coils docility along its side. It has performed this movement countless times, and each time it looks entirely natural and relaxed, without a single tense muscle. As it settles down completely, the entire valley seems to lie down steadily with it, devoid of any agitation. The starry sky blinks quietly above, and the brilliant Milky Way stretches to the end of the horizon, silently guarding the giant's slumber. The night has deepened to its absolute core, the darkest, most tranquil hour before the dawn. Lying on the beach, the Lustrosaurus has entered a deep sleep, yet its signature breathing still echoes rhythmically through the night sky. Its eyes are tightly shut, the heavy eyelids covered in fine scales that gleam faintly under the moon's residual light. Because of its colossal size and staggering lung capacity, its chest rises and falls like a small hill with every breath. The frequency of that rise and fall is so slow that it feels as if time has completely lost its meaning and stopped flowing around it. With its deep breathing, the mist in the valley begins to form a wondrous rhythm around it. As it exhales, the warm current gently pushes away the dense fog in front of it, creating a brief, clear void. As it inhales, the chilly surrounding mist surges back like a tide, tenderly wrapping and concealing its massive frame once more. This cycle of pushing away and drawing near, surging and receding, is like a silent, poetic breathing ritual performed upon the ancient earth. The surrounding forest grows quieter within this ritual, and even the faintest chirping of insects gradually dissolves into this low-frequency rhythmic hum. At this moment, the Lustrosaurus is no longer just a dinosaur. It seems to have become a part of this land, this forest, and this mist. Its destiny is tightly interwoven with nature, indistinguishable from one another, both seeking ultimate peace in this long night. Listening to such a sound, you will feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation, as if you too were lying on that warm, ancient beach. By your ear is the gentle breathing of the Titan, above is the untainted, pure starry sky of millions of years ago, and beneath is the fragrant earth smelling of rich soil. All worries, all anxieties, and all fatigue are gently crushed and dissolved bit by bit within this massive, all-enveloping breath. You only need to close your eyes and let your consciousness float softly with this tidal rhythm, sinking into the deepest, most tender dreamland. As the first faint, delicate light of dawn begins to tint the edge of the eastern atmosphere, the deep midnight mist finally begins to disperse slowly. The massive body of the Lustrosaurus grows clearer in the morning light, yet it still maintains its initial serene and comfortable sleeping posture. The magic of the night is quietly undoing itself, and the daytime world will soon reclaim its harsh, vibrant laws of survival. But over the past dozens of minutes, this gentle giant has used its lifetime to construct a perfectly safe, perfectly quiet haven for us. In this space, there is no chase of time, no pressure of survival, only the light caress of the wind, the embrace of the mist, and its eternal, deep breathing. Now, the story has reached its end, and that ancient memory which requires no effort to keep should return to its slumber in the depths of time. Yet the peace and certainty it leaves behind will remain in your heart for a long time, just like its warm breath, guarding your sleep. Though the morning light rises, your night has just begun, a long night filled with tenderness and healing that belongs solely to you. There is no need to think about anything, nor any need to worry about tomorrow. That gentle Lustrosaurus will always walk quietly at the edge of your dreams. It will use its long body to shield you from all storms and use its rhythmic breathing to weave the most beautiful dreams for you. Now, please completely relax your body, and let sleep submerge you entirely like a rising tide. Sleep peacefully in this ethereal, silent, and deeply restful ancient world. Good night, in this warm night. Good night, and may you have the sweetest dreams. In the remote edges of an arid wilderness, where the sun scorches the earth until even silence feels dry and sharp, there exists a creature that has carved order directly into its own scales. The California kingsnake, a black and white wanderer suspended between life and death, moves like a living contradiction, both calm and absolute, both delicate and dominant, defining the very outline of order in this untamed land. Tonight, follow me into forgotten rocky landscapes where time seems to have eroded everything except stillness, and listen to how this quiet monarch preserves a near-eternal sense of balance amid isolation. May this wild yet tranquil presence wash over your thoughts like a cooling shadow beneath the desert sun, gently carrying away the noise and tension of your day. Is there a way of living that transforms pure black and white into something both beautiful and intimidating, symbols that feel almost mythological in their simplicity? The life of the California kingsnake is an ultimate expression of order itself. It moves without urgency, weaving its perfect geometric patterns into the folds and fractures of a harsh wilderness. In an era where everyone seeks validation and recognition, the silent presence of the kingsnake reflects a kind of absolute strength that many quietly long for but rarely attain. Dim the lights. Let this cold yet elegant wilderness flow slowly into your dreams, dissolving every layer of pretense you have worn throughout the day. When all life in the desert struggles to survive under relentless heat and scarcity, there is one creature that chooses to exist at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming both observer and judge of this land. The black and white pattern of the kingsnake is not merely camouflage. It is a declaration of belief, an internal code carved into its very being. Tonight, we enter its world not to witness violence, but to understand how it maintains an almost obsessive sense of stability in a world defined by chaos and fluctuation. Let this restrained voice from the wild gently repair the scattered fragments of your attention, and guide you back toward a quieter, more centered version of yourself. Prologue. In a wilderness permanently baked by heat, where dust clings to the air and even the wind feels exhausted, there exists a creature that understands how to dismantle chaos through precision. The California kingsnake, with its sharply defined black and white body resembling the keys of an ancient instrument, slides across burning stone not as a simple reptile, but as a moving boundary of authority itself. Many struggle to understand why such a powerful predator would adopt a life so still, so controlled, and seemingly indifferent, even when confronting venomous rivals. Yet beneath this cold discipline lies a profound question about power, restraint, and survival. This is not a story of violence or destruction. It is the story of how the kingsnake turned survival into a long meditation on control, patience, and dominion. Over years of silent existence, it absorbs the texture of the land into its bones, the heat of rocks, the silence between winds, the rhythm of dust storms passing overhead. Tonight, we do not speak of venom or immunity. We speak of order. We speak of how a creature transforms a fractured landscape into a personal philosophy. As the world outside quiets and your breath begins to slow, step with me into this monochrome realm where black and white are not colors, but principles. Chapter 1. His name was Theron. In the vast stretch of desert wilderness, he was only one faint line among countless shifting patterns of stone and shadow. For Theron, survival was not about pursuit. It was about positioning, finding the precise curve of shade beneath fractured rock where heat and shadow could coexist without destruction. His bond with the land was silent, almost contractual. Between dry shrubs and cracked earth, he felt the slow pulse of something ancient, like the heartbeat of a forgotten world. He remembered a rare moment during a brutal dry season when the entire landscape seemed to fracture under the weight of heat. Vegetation collapsed into silence. Smaller reptiles fled into stone crevices in panic. Yet Theron remained still. His body pressed firmly against cool rock, every scale absorbing the minimal relief it could find. Eyes closed. Breath slowed. He allowed the desert to pass through him instead of resisting it. This was not endurance as suffering. It was refinement. In those moments, he learned to reduce his presence until he became nearly indistinguishable from the landscape itself. Over time, Theron realized something profound: those who struggle blindly against the wilderness are often consumed by it. But those who listen, truly listen, begin to see the hidden structure beneath chaos. He became neither victim nor aggressor. He became a reflection of the land's own rhythm, black and white, still yet alive, present yet almost invisible. Chapter 2. As Theron's presence deepened within the desert, a strange phenomenon emerged, what could only be described as monarch-like solitude. Tiny insects occasionally landed upon his patterned scales, mistaking him for stone. Dust drifted across his eyes. The wind sometimes piled sand along his body like forgotten time. Yet he did not react. He existed in a state so still it bordered on absence. The desert itself became his language. Rock formations, shifting heat currents, the faint movement of prey beneath stone, all of it replaced conversation, companionship, and conflict. During a prolonged dry season, Theron experienced a peculiar fatigue, not of suffering, but of clarity. A quiet understanding that life was not meant to be chased endlessly, but observed. He watched lizards dart across sunlit stone, competing violently for shelter and dominance. And for the first time, he felt something resembling compassion. Not superiority. Not detachment. But recognition. He understood then that the kingsnake is not simply a hunter. It is a coordinate within chaos, a fixed point that reminds all motion that stillness is also power. Through this realization, Theron transformed his existence into something like a moving axis of black and white light across the desert. He became neither hero nor villain. He became a reference point for silence in a world overwhelmed by motion. Chapter 3. Time eventually softened even Theron. The sharp contrast of his black and white scales became weathered, less defined by youth and more shaped by endless exposure to sun and stone. His eyes, once alert to every tremor of the land, now carried a deeper, quieter distance. He no longer changed positions frequently. Instead, he chose the deepest cracks within the rock formations, places closest to the earth's hidden pulse and farthest from the violence of wind. There, he conserved what little energy remained, waiting not for prey, but for the fading warmth of stars reflected across stone. He had become something beyond survival. He had become part of the terrain itself. One cold, mist-laced dawn, Theron settled into the deepest silence he had ever known. Not to escape the cold, but to complete a cycle that had been unfolding since the beginning of his existence. There was no struggle. No resistance. Only release. His life aligned perfectly with the structure of the land, as if he had never been separate from it at all. The desert did not react. It simply continued breathing. Wind passed through dry grass. Stones remained unmoved. The world carried on without disruption. And yet something had changed. Theron had become embedded within the memory of the land itself. Epilogue. As the final light of day vanished beyond the horizon, the wilderness returned to its ancient silence. Theron's story sank into the earth like dust settling after a long storm. The story of the California kingsnake is not about dominance or fear. It is about the right to remain centered in a world that constantly demands movement. Whenever life feels overwhelming, remember Theron. Remember the black and white shadow that moved without haste across burning stone. He did not fight the world. He aligned with it. And in that alignment, he discovered something stronger than conflict, stillness shaped like authority. Like a monochrome line drawn across the desert, it remains even when everything else fades. Tonight, let this image stay with you. Let it guide you into sleep like a distant wind passing over silent rock. And may you wake with the quiet strength of something unshakable within you. Rest now. The world has slowed. And so have you. At the edge of sand dunes scorched and trembling under a relentless sun, there exists a creature that treats performance not as a tactic, but as a lifelong creed. And the hognose snake, with its strangely upturned snout and perpetually almost offended expression, is a natural-born actor of the wild. When death looms inches away, it does not merely react, it stages an elaborate, almost theatrical collapse, turning its own demise into an illusion so convincing that even the most dominant predators hesitate and withdraw. Tonight, follow me into those dry, whispering shrubs and step into its world. We will learn to read each carefully staged death, each calculated surrender that is not weakness, but an intelligence carved out of survival itself. And may this narrative of disguise and truth, of retreat and persistence, offer you a rare moment of calm insight amid the noise of the night. There are lives that choose the armor of hardened scales to fight against the world, and then there is the hognose snake, which chooses instead a sequence of flawless performances to buy itself space to exist. It does not engage in brute contests of strength. Instead, at the decisive turning point between life and death, it curls its body, alters its scent, and transforms panic into theater, constructing an illusion of collapse so convincing that survival itself becomes a kind of art. In an age that constantly demands resistance and escalation, the hognose snake's philosophy of strategic surrender feels almost counterintuitive, yet strangely wise. Let this gentle narration guide you into that quiet, arid wilderness, where survival is not shouted, but whispered through subtle gestures and patient endurance. If survival is a performance one is forced to attend, then the hognose snake is undoubtedly one of the most gifted actors in the entire wilderness. Its upturned snout is not merely an adaptation for digging through sand, but also a symbol of its uncanny ability to sense the faintest signals of survival in a world filled with danger. Tonight, we will not dwell on cold instinct or predator-prey mechanics. Instead, we will observe the absurd, almost tragicomic ritual of feigned death unfolding among dry leaves, and the creature's quiet longing for stillness beneath it all. And let this restrained narration, carried by the soft rustle of sand and leaf, wash away the dust of the day and leave you with a sheltered place within yourself. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content. When dry leaves are lifted and scattered by seasonal desert winds, there exists a seemingly clumsy creature that quietly mocks the hierarchy of strength in this unforgiving wilderness. And the hognose snake, with its upward curving snout and perpetually wronged expression, lives a life that resembles an endless dark comedy performed beneath the blazing sun. NWE are often told that in the natural order of the wild, the strong survive and the weak perish. Yet the hognose snake repeatedly overturns this belief through one of the most exaggerated forms of deception in nature, feigned death. It does not truly die. Instead, it performs death with such precision, flattening its body, opening its mouth, releasing musk, and surrendering motion entirely, that even the most efficient predators are repelled by the illusion. And this is not simple trickery. It is a survival philosophy encoded into muscle, instinct, and evolution itself, expressed through every subtle contraction of its body. And tonight, do not treat this as a documentary of reptilian behavior. Think of it instead as a story of how the hognose snake transforms every encounter with danger into a carefully staged exit, turning survival into repeated acts of controlled disappearance. It moves along the boundary between illusion and reality, and in its apparent surrender lies a deeper form of mastery over the harsh landscape it inhabits. Nas night settles and your breathing slows into the rhythm of this narration. Step with me into the quiet dunes, and witness the inner world of this unlikely performer. May this restrained irony and quiet warmth soften the weight of your day, and lead you toward a more ancient, more peaceful form of rest. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content. His name is Oliver. In this land of sand endlessly scorched by the sun, his upturned snout is the most distinctive symbol of his existence, a small signature left upon the desert itself. Oliver's first act of final performance came during a blistering afternoon, when he encountered a red-tailed hawk circling above like a falling omen from the sky. In that moment, he felt a primal collapse of certainty, as though the sky itself had become a blade poised to strike. And yet he did not flee blindly. Instead, Driven by instinct refined over countless generations, he slowly loosened his body, letting it fall into complete stillness before rolling onto his back and exposing his pale underside to the merciless sun. And this collapse was not simple fear. It was a deeply encoded survival calculation, shaped by evolutionary memory. He understood, without needing thought, that a convincing death would remove the predator's interest entirely. In that suspended silence, Oliver even mimicked the slackness of a lifeless body so precisely that he seemed to merge with the desert floor itself, indistinguishable from the dry branches scattered around him. And he could feel the hawk's gaze circling overhead, carried by violent winds, but he did not respond. In that moment, performance was not choice, it was destiny. And this precise imitation of death taught him that survival sometimes lies not in resistance, but in the controlled erasure of presence itself. When the hawk finally drifted away, defeated by the illusion of loss, Oliver slowly turned his head toward the open sky. A strange calm settled within him, the quiet triumph of having rewritten his fate through deception. Title, Chapter 2. Content: If Oliver's first act of feigned death was instinctive, then over time it evolved into something closer to an art form practiced in silence across the desert. And he learned to adjust his performance depending on the type of threat, sometimes simply curling into stillness, other times adding subtle hissing or convulsive movements to enhance the illusion of desperate collapse. Nonce. He encountered a desert venomous snake, a predator that did not respond to theatrics or deception. In that confrontation, illusion alone was no longer enough. Survival became a raw negotiation with reality itself. And Oliver did not retreat. Instead, he dug into the sand using his modest strength, carving a hidden tunnel beneath the surface. With his upturned snout, he pushed through loose soil again and again, constructing a refuge shaped by persistence rather than spectacle. In that struggle, he realized that even his performances were forms of negotiation with fate. He was not merely surviving, he was testing the limits of what nature would allow. Every act of feigned death, every retreat, every moment of stillness became part of a larger dialogue with the desert's brutal logic. Over time, he became an unpredictable wanderer of the sands, needing no validation from others of his kind. The stability he had stolen from death itself was enough to satisfy his deepest need for freedom. And he moved through the wilderness as if traversing a long, ironic stage play of existence, forever both actor and director, shaping the rhythm and ending of each scene. Title, Chapter 3. Content: Time, however, leaves its marks even on the most adaptable of performers. Oliver's once vivid scales grew weathered, carrying the faded texture of countless seasons, while his calculating eyes softened into something quieter, more reflective. This slow unfolding of years, he transformed from a creature defined by fear and performance into a quiet inhabitant of the land itself. He no longer needed elaborate displays of death to survive. Instead, he rested in the shadows of ancient shrubs, conserving energy, observing the world with patient stillness. And each breath became a measurement of the earth's ancient rhythm. In this reduced existence, he discovered a strange form of liberation, one that came not from escape, but from acceptance. And he watched generations of his kind fade into the shifting sands, without sorrow or resistance, only a vast, wordless understanding of the desert's continuity. None night, under a sky painted deep red by the dying sun, Oliver felt an unfamiliar exhaustion. He chose a sheltered crevice among the rocks, curling into it as if returning to the origin of all things. And there, in the embrace of darkness and silence, he released every tension he had ever carried. The burden of performance dissolved, leaving only stillness. And he felt no regret, for his countless acts of deception had already become part of the wilderness itself, etched into the dunes like a legend without a name. And what remained was not fame or memory, but a faint imprint of an upturned snout in shifting sand, a subtle reminder to future lives that wisdom can sometimes resemble surrender. Title, Epilogue. Content: When the final glow of sunset sinks beneath the horizon, the dunes return once again to silence, and Oliver's life disperses into the desert like a single grain of sand absorbed into endless time. Telling the story of the hognose snake, we are not merely describing an animal, but exploring a philosophy of existence, how a being under constant pressure can still preserve a form of inner playfulness, even through illusion and retreat. When you feel lost in the noise of crowded days, when every pursuit begins to feel heavier than the ground beneath your feet, remember Oliver, the creature that once mocked death itself with a performance of surrender, and he did not conquer the world, nor was he consumed by it. Instead, he moved between exits and returns, shaping himself into something steady, gentle, and difficult to define, and that kind of strength is quieter than resistance, yet often more enduring. It is like a seed buried deep in the wilderness, silently stabilizing the soil of the mind, and tonight, let this story become a moment of calm before sleep. Let the imagery of staged death and rediscovered stillness guide you toward a quieter inner landscape, and may you, in your own way, learn to face the unknown with the same composure, and keep within yourself a place that remains untouched and steady, and sleep now. All pursuits have settled. All anxieties are dissolving into slow awakening. May your night be gentle, deep, and uninterrupted. As autumn deepens and golden fields surrender their harvest to the season, a quiet creature keeps watch in the forgotten corners where sunlight rarely lingers. The corn snake, draped in warm shades of russet and amber, moves silently between the remnants of the past and the fertile soil of new beginnings. Tonight, follow me into an old weathered barn and discover how this gentle wanderer transforms quiet movement into a lesson about patience, acceptance, and grace. May this story woven from red-brown scales and autumn shadows offer your heart a peaceful refuge amid the noise of the night. Some lives do not announce themselves with grandeur. They simply drift through the river of time, leaving subtle traces behind. The story of the corn snake is an exploration of how one can preserve an inner essence while the seasons endlessly change. Between stacks of hay and ancient wooden beams, it glides without conflict or competition, painting each passing moment with its warm and comforting colors. Allow the stillness hidden within this old barn to accompany this gentle narration and carry away the worries and exhaustion of your day. In an age obsessed with speed and constant pursuit, the corn snake has chosen a different rhythm. Moving quietly through the cracks of time, it resembles an autumn leaf turning crimson before returning to the earth, embodying a profound wisdom of reflection and renewal. Tonight, we will not speak of hunting instincts or survival alone. Instead, we will explore the quiet devotion with which it watches over its world. May this warm and restrained story become a soothing remedy before sleep, helping you rediscover your own natural rhythm and peace. Prologue. As autumn winds sweep across the countryside and paint the fields in shades of gold, countless creatures begin searching for shelter and security. Yet within the wooden skeleton of an aging barn, a pair of amber eyes remains open, quietly observing the slow cycles of the world. The corn snake, clothed in intricate patterns of red, brown and copper, has devoted its life to the art of waiting and wandering. Many people think of snakes as cold and emotionless beings. Yet beneath that calm exterior lies a remarkable sensitivity to the changing seasons and the subtle movements of the earth. Rather than gamble its future upon the dangers of the open wilderness, the corn snake chooses to weave its existence into forgotten corners abandoned by time and human hands. Within every crack between the hay, every weathered plank, and every pocket of warm soil, it listens carefully to the faint pulse of life surrounding it. This is not a tale of danger or aggression. It is the story of how a corn snake transforms the passing years into a quiet poem written in shades of amber and rust. Moving between light and shadow, it patiently shapes its character in silence. Its calm restraint possesses the power to remind anxious hearts that peace is often found not through action, but through acceptance. As the night settles and your breathing slows to match the rhythm of this story, join me in stepping deeper into the stillness of the barn. There we will discover the stars, the fields, and the wisdom hidden within the eyes of a silent guardian. Chapter 1. His name was Elias. Among generations of corn snakes that had inhabited these lands, he was merely one humble witness to the passage of time. Elias began his life beneath a pile of aging hay inside the barn. The first thing he ever saw was not the brilliance of the sun, but delicate beams of light filtering through cracks in the wooden walls. To him, the world appeared as a maze of shadows and golden fragments. His earliest lesson was learning how to become part of that shifting landscape, blending his red-brown scales into the patterns of light and darkness surrounding him. Unlike many creatures, Elias felt no urgency to explore distant horizons. Most days were spent among dry husks and scattered straw, listening to the tiny footsteps of rodents hidden beyond the walls. Those faint sounds became his first connection to the wider world. One winter remained forever etched in his memory. As frost crept across the barn windows and cold winds rattled the wooden beams, Elias retreated deep beneath the earth where traces of warmth still lingered. His stillness was not an act of surrender. It was a gathering of strength. Curled within the darkness, he listened to his own breathing and felt every scale respond to the pressure of the frozen season above. This was more than waiting for spring. It was a lesson in endurance. A lesson in allowing empty spaces to exist without fear. When the first warm breeze of spring finally slipped through the cracks in the barn, Elias emerged once again. His scales shimmered with renewed brilliance, glowing like polished amber. It seemed as though he had spent the entire winter collecting sunlight and storing it deep within his veins. Chapter 2. If Elias's growth was an art of movement, then every journey beyond the barn became an exploration of destiny itself. As flowers bloomed and grasses stretched toward the sun, he ventured farther into the surrounding fields. Moving through wild vegetation, he resembled a humble traveler rather than a hunter. Each inch of earth revealed a new sensation. Each breeze carried messages from distant places. One day he encountered a shadow circling overhead. A hawk. For the first time, Elias felt the immense vulnerability of life beneath the laws of nature. Yet he did not panic. He did not flee blindly. Instead, he merged with the landscape. His patterned scales aligned perfectly with the textures of the earth and dry grasses until he seemed to disappear entirely. Through this mastery of concealment, Elias became almost invisible. He learned that true survival often depends not on strength, but on stillness. Not on resistance, but on timing. Gradually, he discovered a deeper truth. Real power is not measured by the force of a response. It is measured by one's ability to leave the smallest possible trace upon the world and allow danger to pass harmlessly by. During these journeys, he formed a silent dialogue with the land itself. Through sensitive scales pressed against the earth, he sensed approaching rain, shifting temperatures, and subtle changes in the soil. He became so deeply connected to his surroundings that he seemed less like a visitor and more like an extension of the fields themselves. This harmony brought him a profound sense of freedom. He no longer worried about being seen. He no longer hurried to find prey. He simply moved, and in that movement discovered peace. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its mark upon Elias. The vibrant red-brown scales of his youth became softened by age, and the bright eyes that once gleamed in darkness grew calmer and wiser. No longer an explorer, he became a guardian of the land surrounding the barn. He hunted only when necessary and spent much of his time resting among ancient bundles of straw. His needs became fewer. His desires became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the timeless rhythm of the earth itself. This slower pace brought a freedom unlike anything he had known before. Watching old companions disappear into the distance of memory, Elias felt neither sorrow nor regret. Instead, he carried a quiet compassion for the land that had nurtured him throughout his life. One autumn night, beneath a sky painted with deep shades of crimson and gold, Elias felt a weariness he had never known before. He found a dry and comfortable pile of straw and slowly coiled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden dissolved. It was not an ending filled with fear. It was a return. A solemn reunion with the earth that had sheltered him since the beginning. He felt no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already become part of the soil, woven into the spirit of the barn itself. What Elias left behind was not a legacy of conquest or achievement. It was a quiet image, a warm red-brown shadow moving between light and darkness. A reminder of what true peace looks like. Epilogue. As the final glow of autumn disappeared beyond the horizon, the old barn returned to silence. The life of Elias settled gently into memory, like a grain of sand sinking into a sea of golden wheat. The story of the corn snake is ultimately a story about preserving one's inner essence through long seasons of waiting and uncertainty. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world continues to change. Whenever you feel lost within the noise of modern life, remember Elias. Remember the quiet traveler whose red-brown scales moved patiently through shadows and sunlight. He did not fight the world. Nor did he allow the world to define him. Through patience and restraint, he transformed himself into an unshakable center of calm. That kind of strength is more powerful than force. It resembles a single grain of wheat resting deep within a barn, quietly holding the promise of renewal. Tonight, allow the image of Elias to accompany you into sleep. May his gentle presence guide you toward a place of stillness hidden within your own heart. May you face life's unknown storms with the same quiet confidence and preserve the warm, steady core that belongs only to you. Rest now. Every pursuit has come to an end. Every worry can slowly dissolve into silence. May your dreams be gentle, your sleep be deep, and your night be filled with lasting peace. In this busy and noisy world, there exists a creature that has chosen perhaps the most restrained way of living. The ball python, a gentle being seemingly coiled by the hands of time itself, reveals the true meaning of composure through a body that is both soft and remarkably resilient. Tonight, come with me into a warm and humid rainforest hidden beneath layers of shadow and leaves. Together, we will seek the quiet light that shines within the heart of this silent hermit. May this story of patience, surrender, and stillness offer you a rare moment of peace after the demands of a long and exhausting day. Some forms of wisdom require no words. They live only in quiet breaths, patient observation, and the graceful language of a coiled body. The story of the ball python is not one of violence or ruthless hunting. Instead, it is a lesson in how to preserve a small sanctuary of calm amid a world of uncertainty and noise. In an age that constantly demands speed, ambition, and endless movement, perhaps we need to learn from the ball python, to withdraw when necessary, to settle our thoughts, and to return to our center. As this gentle narration unfolds, allow yourself to drift into the softness and restraint hidden deep within the forest, where weary thoughts slowly return to their natural stillness. Have you ever noticed that when danger approaches, the ball python curls itself into a perfect sphere? This is not fear. It is a profound philosophy of self-preservation, an art of discovering absolute security within the very heart of the storm. Tonight, let us read the story written within those coils and learn how to preserve a quiet center while the world around us continues to change. May this gentle tale become a cool breeze before sleep, helping you rediscover the peaceful refuge hidden within your soul. Prologue. While countless creatures of the rainforest compete endlessly for sunlight, territory, and water, one animal chooses a different path. Instead of stretching outward in pursuit of more, it folds inward, curling itself into an almost perfect sphere and abandoning every posture of aggression while the world sways around it. The ball python, often misunderstood by modern society as a cold and insignificant creature, is in truth engaged in one of nature's most profound practices, the art of refusal and dissolution. In a land filled with uncertainty and danger, it survives not through domination, but through restraint. We often imagine courage as a fist thrown outward. Yet for the ball python, courage is something entirely different. It is the strength to fold inward. It is the discipline to preserve an unshaken center even when confronted by forces beyond control. This is not merely a story about how a predator hunts. It is the story of how a ball python transforms survival itself into a gentle negotiation with existence over millions of years of evolution. Beneath layers of damp leaves, it rests quietly. Its eyes remain half-closed, as though gazing into a world beyond the restless concerns of ordinary life. The calm it carries seems almost unreal, powerful enough to make even the most anxious observer feel a strange and profound sense of peace. Tonight, we will not focus on the brutality of survival. Instead, we will explore the philosophy hidden beneath those silent coils, a philosophy rooted in respect for life and devotion to inner order. As darkness settles over the forest and your breathing slowly synchronizes with this narration, step with me into a world covered by shadows, roots, and ancient trees. There we may glimpse the deeper logic hidden within a life devoted to stillness. Chapter 1. Along the edge of a rainforest in Senegal, where monsoon rains repeatedly washed the land clean, lived a ball python known as Augusta. His life was a testament to the forgotten value of moving slowly. He never sought intense or dramatic experiences. Most days unfolded within a very small corner of the forest. Sometimes his world consisted of a decaying log. At other times, a cluster of thick ferns became his entire universe. One memory remained especially vivid. On a golden afternoon, sunlight slipped through gaps in the canopy and painted the forest floor in warm amber colors. Augusta remained perfectly still while ants hurried past and beetles raced through the undergrowth. He appeared less like a snake and more like a patch of moss that had quietly become part of the earth itself. Over time, this devotion to stillness became instinct. Through stillness, Augusta gained a perception that seemed to transcend time. He could hear the delicate sound of raindrops touching leaves. He could sense tiny shifts in temperature across the ground. He noticed details invisible to creatures constantly rushing from place to place. Many describe snakes as cold-blooded predators. Yet Augusta was something closer to an observer. He watched the world move through endless cycles of motion and rest without becoming trapped by the anxiety that often accompany survival. His complete mastery of his own rhythm created a deep harmony with the forest. He felt no urgency to chase after more, nor any fear of losing what he already possessed. Simply existing had become a state of fulfillment. This wisdom was not inherited. It was earned through mistakes, through moments of danger, through damaged scales and difficult lessons. Gradually, he learned that survival was not always about action. Often it was about knowing when not to act. Before storms arrived, he tightened his coils. He withdrew his awareness from unnecessary distractions and protected only what mattered most. In doing so, he discovered a remarkable strength hidden within restraint. Chapter 2. After surviving his first great dry season, Augusta began to radiate a different kind of power, the quiet strength of solitude. While younger pythons competed endlessly for shelter and exhausted themselves beneath the scorching sun, Augusta remained patient within the shade of a cool stone crevice, waiting for the perfect breeze. He understood that every disturbance in the forest eventually returned to silence. There was no need to participate in every struggle. Instead, he devoted himself to cultivating the calm that lived within him. Though still young, his eyes carried an almost meditative depth. Whenever he curled into his characteristic sphere, his body formed a pattern so elegant that it seemed like living geometry crafted by nature itself. He survived countless encounters with predators. Birds of prey descended from above. Larger animals wandered dangerously close. Yet time after time, he relied upon the same simple defense. By curling inward, he transformed vulnerability into protection. What appeared passive was actually a remarkable expression of intelligence. Gradually, Augusta realized that true strength does not always expand outward. Real power lies in possessing a strong inner core and choosing how to engage with the world from a place of stability and grace. Chapter 3. As years passed, time left its marks upon Augusta. The scales that once shone with youthful brilliance became softer and weathered. His eyes grew deeper, carrying the weight of countless seasons. No longer merely an observer, he became a silent guardian of the rainforest. He abandoned competition entirely and spent his days resting beside an ancient tree hollow that had witnessed generations come and go. His needs became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the ancient rhythm of the earth itself. Through this slower way of living, he discovered a freedom that younger creatures could scarcely imagine. One storm-filled night, Augusta sensed the heaviness of age settling fully upon him. He found a soft and sheltered bed of leaves and slowly curled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden gradually dissolved. What he experienced was not loss, but release, a solemn return to the earth that had sustained him throughout his life. There was no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already seeped into the soil, becoming part of the rainforest spirit. What Augusta left behind was not a monument or an achievement. It was something far more enduring, a memory of stillness, a shadow of peace, a reminder of what true security feels like. Epilogue. With Augusta's passing, the forest returned to a sacred silence. Only the leaves whispered softly in the wind, carrying fragments of the hermit's story. To speak of the ball python is to speak of an art of self-preservation amid chaos. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world shifts beneath our feet. When the pressures of life leave you feeling lost, imagine Augusta resting quietly within the rainforest. He did not fight the world, nor did he allow the world to reshape him. Through patience, focus, and gentle withdrawal, he became a calm and unshakable center. This kind of strength is often more powerful than resistance. It moves like a warm current beneath deep water, soothing restless hearts without making a sound. Tonight, let Augusta's story become a moment of peace before sleep. Let the image of those quiet coils form a shelter around your thoughts. May you, like Augusta, face the unknown with grace and preserve within yourself a place of perfect stillness. Rest now. Every pursuit has fallen quiet. Every worry can slowly dissolve within these gentle coils of peace. May your night be filled with deep comfort, lasting serenity, and beautiful dreams. Deep within the tropical rainforest, a streak of luminous green hangs motionless among the branches, as though painted into the forest by nature itself. And the white-lipped pit viper, a master of camouflage born from the emerald shadows, carries its signature pale lip line like a delicate boundary between life and death, beauty and danger. And tonight, follow me into that humid wilderness filled with mystery and hidden movement, where we will explore a life shaped equally by restraint and sudden power. And may this tranquil narration drift over you like a cool breeze after rainfall, carrying away the noise of the day and guiding you toward a place of stillness. If death were to wear a color, it might resemble the breathtaking fluorescent green of the white-lipped pit viper. It is never impatient, never reckless. Its entire life is an exercise in waiting for that singular moment when beauty and lethality align with perfect precision. And through its long and solitary meditation within the rainforest, the white-lipped pit viper teaches us the meaning of composure elevated to an art form and accuracy refined into instinct. And allow this story to flow through the quiet hours of the night, loosening your defenses and carrying you into a jungle where tension and serenity coexist, where the heart may rediscover calm amid suspense. Few creatures combine such intense danger with such fragile elegance as the white-lipped pit viper. Its existence is a living interpretation of a simple truth: stillness itself can become power. Behind those calm, watchful eyes lies a profound understanding of the rainforest's unwritten laws and an unwavering devotion to their execution. And tonight, we will not focus on its venom. Instead, we will speak of its presence, the long discipline of waiting and choosing, played out upon rain-soaked branches beneath the canopy. And let this whisper from the rainforest accompany you into sleep, where in absolute silence you may discover both the resilience of life and a beauty too subtle for words. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: When mist begins to drift among the ancient trees after rainfall and the scent of wet earth settles across the Amazon, the forest seems to exhale. Yet among the countless shades of green, one luminous presence remains suspended in the shadows with unsettling grace. And the white-lipped pit viper, a creature seemingly painted by nature with its most vivid brush of emerald light, waits quietly among tangled vines and dripping leaves. There, hidden in plain sight, it fulfills a silent contract with survival. And many fear the pale line tracing its lips, seeing it as a warning etched by death itself. Yet to the viper, that distinctive mark is neither threat nor ornament. It is simply part of the discipline that allows it to endure within one of the world's most competitive ecosystems. And contrary to popular belief, it was not born for violence. Its life is devoted to patience, enduring stretches of profound stillness in pursuit of a single flawless moment. And people often define it through danger alone, forgetting that beneath its radiant green scales lies a remarkable lesson in restraint, self-control, and the ability to compress desire into absolute focus. And this is not merely a tale of predation. It is the story of how the white-lipped pit viper transforms every breath, every coil, and every sensation into part of a lifelong practice of precision. And tonight, let us set aside fear and instead observe this rainforest dancer, a creature that has elevated stillness into its highest art. As darkness settles beyond your window and your thoughts begin to slow, follow me into this realm of emerald shadows and ancient branches. And may this quiet encounter help you rediscover the strength to remain centered, even in the midst of chaos. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Aching. Within this seemingly endless rainforest, he is only one leaf among millions, yet perhaps the most patient of them all. Aching still remembers the first time he truly sensed the harsh order governing the jungle. It was a humid afternoon, and he lay coiled upon a palm frond several meters above the ground, watching an unsuspecting beetle wander nearby, /n he did not strike, /n instead, something ancient within him whispered a lesson carried through countless generations. The true victor is rarely the fastest, but often the one most willing to endure solitude. /n this extraordinary suppression of impulse became the foundation of his existence. He did not compete for fleeting patches of sunlight, nor did he join the frantic pursuits of lesser predators. With every breath, he diminished his presence until he became indistinguishable from the forest itself, /n gradually, he came to understand his role. The destiny of the white-lipped pit viper was to become the rainforest's most refined illusionist, concealing brilliant green within deeper green and blending the pale line of his lips into the language of shadows, /n by surrendering to the rhythms of the environment, he learned to survive even the most violent rainy seasons. He felt the trembling of flooded soil and heard the heavy sighs of roots drinking from endless storms, /n he was doing more than surviving. Through almost obsessive stillness, he was engraving every shift in humidity, every change of wind, and every subtle movement of the forest into his memory, and over the years, Aching became less a creature and more a living coordinate within the ecosystem, a patient witness waiting silently upon the branches for the moment when restraint would finally become action. Title, Chapter 2. Content. As Aching matured, the discipline forged by the rainforest began to gather within him like tension in a drawn bow, /Naviri scale seemed to contain stored energy. His once gentle eyes grew sharper with experience, reflecting a deeper understanding of the jungle's invisible currents, and the desire to survive did not fade with age. Instead, it deepened and matured. He no longer required the presence or approval of others, for the rainforest itself had become his companion, his teacher, and his language, and during one particularly severe dry season, he faced a challenge unlike any before. Food grew scarce, water became precious, and survival demanded more than patience, it demanded unwavering composure, and he watched small mammals emerge from hiding, driven by thirst and desperation. Their frantic search for relief revealed a truth he had long understood: panic often defeats life long before danger arrives, in that moment, Aching felt not superiority, but clarity. He realized that the essence of his existence was not feeding or hunting alone. It was maintaining his own rhythm while everything around him rushed toward uncertainty, and through countless trials, he learned to transform himself into a flash of emerald lightning concealed within stillness, ensuring that hesitation disappeared the instant action became necessary, and he was no hero. Yet within a rainforest increasingly shaped by urgency and competition, he became something equally remarkable, a guardian of patience, elegance, and lethal precision. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time eventually left its mark upon Aching. The brilliant green that once gleamed like polished jade became softer, weathered by years of sunlight, storms, and friction against bark and vine, /N's eyes, once sensitive to the slightest vibration, now carried a deeper tranquility. They no longer reacted to every disturbance but instead reflected a profound understanding of life's impermanence, and he no longer adjusted his position as frequently as he had in youth. Instead, he chose the shelter of thick branches near the heart of ancient trees, where wind rarely reached and moonlight filtered gently through the canopy, and there he discovered a peace beyond survival. Freed from the relentless demands of competition, he became part of the rainforest itself, a quiet signature left by nature upon the world, none mist-covered morning, Aching settled upon a familiar branch that had carried him through countless storms. He did not choose it to escape, but to complete the journey he had spent a lifetime walking, in that final stillness, his existence blended seamlessly with the textures of earth, bark, and leaf. The union was so complete it seemed as though he had never truly been separate from the forest at all, and the rainforest did not pause. Only tiny raindrops slipped softly from leaves, as though whispering farewell to a dancer whose performance had reached its final bow, and yet the sense of order he embodied, the discipline of maintaining one's boundaries amid turmoil, remained woven into the living fabric of the jungle, and though Aching vanished from sight, he became something larger than memory, a lasting symbol of emerald dignity that no storm could erase. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final traces of sunlight disappear beyond the rainforest horizon and silence settles once more among the ancient trees, A Qing's life sinks gently into the depths of time like a single drop of water returning to the earth. And to tell the story of the white-lipped pit viper is to explore the art of balancing restraint and precision within a restless world. It is a meditation on preserving one's unique identity amid endless change. And no matter what pace your own life moves at, no matter how much pressure or uncertainty surrounds you, remember a Qing, the quiet dancer who maintained clarity and composure in every circumstance. And this kind of strength burns more steadily than fire. It shines like a vivid emerald principle, illuminating the darkness not through force, but through unwavering presence. Nas the night grows deeper, allow these images of branches, humid air, and invisible boundaries to settle gently within your thoughts. And do not fear the speed of the future. As long as you preserve an inner rhythm that belongs solely to you, you possess the foundation needed to endure any challenge. And may your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons into that tranquil rainforest realm, where you and a Qing may meet once more in silence. And sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry dissolves into stillness like ripples fading across calm water. And may your night be gentle, peaceful, and filled with deep restorative dreams. Deep within the shadowed heart of the Amazon rainforest, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense, breathing canopy, there exists a form of life that has elevated embrace into the most refined survival strategy imaginable. And the boa constrictor, adorned with intricate and almost mythical patterns across its ancient body, is a creature that commands silence wherever it goes. In its stillness lies a presence so profound that the entire forest seems to pause in recognition. And tonight, follow this narration and descend into that humid, vapor-soaked wilderness. We will explore how this silent sovereign of the rainforest constructs its kingdom not through chaos, but through patience, pressure, and absolute composure. And may the calmness of this primordial forest wash over you like nightfall itself, gently carrying away the unrest and noise accumulated through the day. Is there a kind of life that can merge strength and restraint so seamlessly that it resembles breathing itself? And the boa constrictor embodies the purest expression of patience, an existence that does not rush, does not demand, and does not chase. Instead, it waits. And when the decisive moment finally arrives, it writes its philosophy of survival in the subtle tightening of its crimson-tinted tail and the silent unfolding of its power. In an age where everything competes to move faster, to claim more, to arrive first, the boa's almost eternal composure feels like a forgotten wisdom resurfacing from the depths of time. And dim the lights for a moment, and allow this mysterious stillness of the rainforest to flow slowly into your thoughts, loosening the grip of everything you no longer need to carry. While all other creatures rush through the fractures of the forest in a desperate pursuit of survival, there exists one that chooses instead to coil itself at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming the quiet arbiter of this living world. And the boa constrictor, with its exquisitely complex scale patterns, is not merely disguised by nature, it is defined by its interpretation of survival itself. And tonight, we step into its realm to understand how one might preserve inner stability amid relentless chaos, learning from a being that turns stillness into a form of strength. And let this gentle narration from the depths of the jungle repair the fragments of focus scattered by the pace of modern life, and guide you back toward a more centered sense of self. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: in the deepest reaches of the Amazon rainforest, where humidity lingers like an eternal breath and even sunlight struggles to reach the forest floor, there exists a creature that has perfected the art of silence. And the boa constrictor, when it slowly coils its massive body among ancient branches draped in dense green, ceases to be merely an animal, it becomes a living shadow, an embodiment of law without words. And many struggle to understand why such a powerful apex predator relies on a strategy that appears almost passive, almost detached from emotion, enduring long periods of still, patient waiting without hesitation. And yet beneath this seemingly paradoxical behavior lies a vast philosophy, one built upon restraint, timing, and the absolute precision of energy expenditure. And this is not a tale of violent carnage or uncontrolled instinct. It is a story of how the boa constrictor, within the ever-shifting ecological tapestry of the rainforest, transforms patience into a form of sovereignty. It does not merely survive, it integrates itself into the rhythm of the forest itself, absorbing humidity, shadow, and movement into its very being. And tonight, we will not analyze mechanics or biology in a clinical sense. Instead, we will observe how this creature turns waiting into ritual, and stillness into a quiet declaration of power, /NAS the outside world grows silent and your breath begins to slow, follow me into this world of green darkness, where the red-threaded sovereign of the forest reveals a philosophy of presence without noise, /N may this moment bring you a rare sense of order and peace amid the turbulence of thought. Title, Chapter 1. Content, His name is IKA. In this vast, endless rainforest, he is but one thread woven into an ancient and intricate pattern of life, /N for IKA, the most important moment of each day is not the pursuit of prey or the assertion of dominance, but the search for the perfect resting point high within the canopy, where fractured sunlight filters through leaves and predators pass without notice, /N this devotion to position is not random, it is a silent contract with the forest itself. Between thick leaves and towering trunks, he feels the rainforest's pulse, a slow, humid rhythm that resembles the heartbeat of the earth, /N he remembers a rare season when the rains became overwhelming, and the entire forest seemed to groan under the weight of water. Smaller creatures panicked, scattering into mud and chaos, while IKA remained motionless, pressed tightly against a cold branch, /N he did not resist the storm. Instead, he surrendered his awareness into stillness, allowing rain to wash over his patterned skin as if he had become part of the wood itself, /N those moments, he was not simply resting on a branch, he was participating in a deeper symbiosis with the rainforest, feeling its ancient continuity flowing through him, /N over time, restraint became his foundation. He did not compete, he did not cry out, he simply reduced his presence to the minimum required for existence, /N slowly, he realized that those who fought blindly against the forest's logic were often the first to disappear. Only those who understood stillness could truly perceive its laws, /N through years of quiet endurance, IKA became something between shadow and substance, a living imprint of the forest's slow breath, observing its cycles without resistance. Title, Chapter 2. Content, as Ika's vigilance deepened, a force often described as sovereign solitude began to crystallize within him, an immense stillness that carried both weight and clarity, /N tiny wandering insects sometimes mistook his patterned body for temporary shelter, and spores drifting through the air settled lightly across his scales and eyes. Yet he remained unmoved, immersed in a state that resembled deep meditation, /N with each passing season, this internal tension transformed rather than faded. IKA no longer sought acknowledgement from any other creature, for the forest itself had become his language, his companion, and his mirror, /N during one long dry season, he experienced a profound exhaustion, not of pain, but of return. A sinking into the essence of existence itself, stripped of urgency and desire, /N he watched monkeys race through branches, fighting over scattered fruit, driven by instinctive competition. And for a brief moment, something like compassion emerged within him, not judgment, but distance, /N he understood that the destiny of the boa constrictor was not to participate in chaos, but to become a fixed coordinate within it, a silent reminder that stillness itself can be the highest form of strength, /N through this realization, IKA learned to transform every fluctuation of the forest into part of his own flowing presence, allowing anxiety to dissolve into his slow, deliberate rhythm, /N he never became a hero in the traditional sense, but within this accelerating jungle, he became something rarer, a guardian of slowness, and a living anchor of balance. Title, Chapter 3. Content, time inevitably left its marks upon IKA. The once vivid precision of his patterns softened with age, and his gaze, once sharp and responsive to every shift in light, became veiled in a quiet haze of distance, /N he no longer adjusted his coils with the frequency of youth. Instead, he chose the deepest core of the largest tree, a place where wind barely reached and light arrived only in fragments, to rest and conserve what little energy remained, /N in this state, he found an unexpected liberation. He was no longer bound by the logic of survival competition, nor by the endless demands of adaptation. He had become part of the forest itself, an unspoken presence embedded in its structure, /N mist-filled morning, IKA settled into a familiar hollow at the edge of an ancient trunk, not as escape, but as completion. His long existence folded gently into itself, like a story returning to its first line, /N there was no struggle, no resistance, only a quiet merging with the surrounding world. The rainforest did not react dramatically. It simply continued breathing, as it always had, /N yet something subtle remained, a sense of order, a frequency of calm that lingered in the spaces he once occupied. And though IKA had faded from visible presence, he had not disappeared. He had been absorbed into the forest's rhythm, becoming an invisible constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content: When the last traces of twilight dissolve above the rainforest canopy, the world returns once again to its ancient silence, and Ika's life settles into the deep continuity of nature itself. And to speak of the boa constrictor is to speak of a way of existing that refuses urgency, refuses fragmentation, and refuses to be reshaped by chaos. And no matter where you find yourself, in noise, in pressure, in uncertainty, remember the quiet posture of Ika, the sovereign of stillness who held his ground not through force, but through unwavering presence. And this kind of strength is not loud. It is not aggressive. Yet it persists longer than fire, deeper than motion, and more steadily than fear. And let this story settle within you as night deepens, softening the edges of thought. And as sleep approaches, imagine yourself stepping into that humid green world, where time moves slowly and all things return to rhythm. And rest now. The world has quieted. All tensions dissolve into the slow pulse of the forest. May your night be calm, grounded, and deeply restorative. Deep within a rainforest washed endlessly by warm tropical rains, there exists a creature that has transformed itself into a living sculpture of flowing emerald. The green tree python, an elegant recluse resting high among the forest canopy, demonstrates through its extraordinary stillness what it truly means to remain composed while keeping a respectful distance from the chaos of the world. Tonight, join me as we descend into the cool shadows beneath the rainforest leaves and explore this serpent's long journey of patience, silence, and surrender. May the tranquility carried from the heart of the tropics gently brush away the dust gathered upon your thoughts and offer you a sense of peace before sleep. Is there a way of living that resembles the growth of a tree, yet possesses a sensitivity far beyond any rooted plant? The life of the green tree python is perhaps one of nature's greatest lessons in patience. Without hurry or ambition, it blends its perfect curves into the folds of branches and leaves, becoming almost indistinguishable from the forest itself. In an era where everyone seems desperate to prove their worth, the python's quiet and unassuming presence may reflect the calm that so many of us secretly long for. Dim the lights, settle into stillness, and allow the restraint and quiet dignity of the rainforest to slowly enter your dreams, helping you set aside every mask you have worn throughout the day. While countless creatures race endlessly through the forest in search of survival, opportunity, and advantage, one being chooses instead to suspend its life among the branches and become a silent guardian of stillness. The green tree python's brilliant emerald color serves as more than camouflage. It is a reflection of its devotion to order, balance, and timeless principles. Tonight, we will step into its world and discover how it maintains an almost eternal sense of stability amid constant change. May this gentle story from nature help mend the fragments of focus worn away by life's endless demands and guide you back toward the quiet center of your own heart. Prologue. Within a rainforest so vast and humid that it seems to stretch endlessly beyond sight, there emerged a creature that mastered the art of disappearing. When the green tree python carefully drapes its emerald body across a weathered branch several meters above the forest floor, it ceases to look like a snake at all. Instead, it becomes a masterpiece sculpted by the rainforest itself. Many people find it difficult to understand why such a capable predator would choose a lifestyle defined by near-complete stillness. Even when prey moves within striking distance, it often remains motionless, conserving every ounce of energy. Yet hidden behind this seemingly impossible strategy lies a profound lesson about time, patience, and waiting. This is not a tale of violence or conquest. It is the story of how the green tree python transformed restraint into dignity and survival into a lifelong meditation. Through months and years of quiet observation, it allows the rhythms of the rainforest to become part of its very being. The shifting light, the changing humidity, the movement of the wind through distant leaves, all become woven into its awareness. Tonight, we will not discuss biological efficiency or ecological theory. Instead, we will explore the sacred ritual of stillness practiced by this remarkable serpent. As the world outside your window grows quieter and your breathing becomes slower, follow me into this emerald kingdom and discover the silent philosophy hidden among the branches. Chapter 1. His name was Silas. Among countless green shadows stretching across the rainforest canopy, he was only one small emerald thread woven into the vast tapestry of life. For Silas, the most important task each day was not hunting. It was finding the perfect branch, a place where gentle rain could nourish him while harsh sunlight remained filtered through layers of leaves. This devotion to hanging among the branches became a silent agreement between himself and the forest. Within tangled vines and ancient limbs, he felt the slow pulse of the rainforest. It was a rhythm older than memory, deep and steady like the heartbeat of the earth itself. He remembered a particularly violent rainy season. Winds roared through the canopy, branches groaned, and frightened birds fled downward toward the forest floor. Yet Silas remained where he was. He tightened every muscle around the branch beneath him, closed his eyes, and surrendered himself to the storm. As rain battered his scales, he felt something extraordinary, not fear, but connection. He was no longer merely resting upon a branch. He had become part of the forest's resilience. His caution became the foundation of his survival. He did not compete. He did not panic. With every breath, he allowed his presence to become smaller and quieter. Gradually, Silas realized that creatures consumed by greed and fear often became victims of the jungle's harsh laws. Only those who remained aware could truly understand the deeper patterns governing life. Over time, he became like a living emerald, a jewel capable of breathing, sensing, and appreciating the rich tropical air while silently observing the endless cycle of existence. Chapter 2. As the years passed, Silas grew increasingly silent. A unique power began to gather within him, a force that could only be described as tropical solitude. Tiny migrating insects occasionally landed upon his scales. Dust-like particles drifted through the air and settled around his eyes. Yet he remained undisturbed, immersed in a state so peaceful it resembled meditation. The rainforest itself became his language. The overlapping shadows of leaves, the distant calls of unseen animals, and the steady rhythm of changing seasons replaced any need for companionship. During one particularly long dry season, Silas experienced a profound weariness. It was not suffering. Instead, it felt like a gradual return to something ancient and essential. He watched troops of monkeys racing through the canopy, fighting over fruit and territory. Their endless struggles stirred within him not envy, but compassion. He began to understand that the purpose of a green tree python's life was not simply to grow larger or survive longer. Its true purpose was to become a pause within a noisy world. A reminder that stopping may sometimes be more powerful than moving. Through this realization, Silas learned to transform himself into a flowing emerald shadow among the branches, allowing anxiety and urgency to dissolve into the timeless slowness of the forest. He never became a hero. Yet he became something perhaps even more valuable, a guardian of dignity in a world increasingly consumed by speed. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its marks upon Silas. The brilliant velvet green scales of his youth grew darker and more subdued. His eyes, once sharp as polished obsidian, now carried a gentle haze that softened the distant patterns of light moving through the canopy. He no longer shifted positions as often as he had when young. Instead, he chose a place deep within the branches, close to the heartwood and sheltered from the strongest winds. There he spent his remaining days quietly absorbing the final traces of moonlight filtering through the leaves. For the first time, he was completely free. No competition. No urgency. No obligation to prove himself. He had become part of the rainforest itself, a living expression of nature's most peaceful truth. One misty morning, wrapped in drifting rain and silence, Silas settled into sleep at the edge of a branch where he had spent countless evenings watching the forest breathe. He did not choose this place to escape the cold. He chose it because it felt like the perfect ending to a very long dream. In that final moment, his life aligned completely with the rhythms of the earth. The rainforest did not tremble. The forest did not mourn. Only tiny droplets of rain swayed gently between the leaves, as though whispering a farewell to their emerald guardian. Though Silas disappeared, the peace he cultivated remained behind. His ability to preserve his boundaries within a turbulent world became part of the forest itself. He was gone. And yet he was everywhere. present in every quiet branch, every drifting shadow, and every moment of stillness beneath the stars. Epilogue. As the final rays of sunlight faded beyond the edge of the rainforest, the jungle returned once again to its eternal silence. Silas's life settled into memory like a single drop of dew sinking quietly into the forest floor. In truth, the story of the green tree python is not merely about a snake. It is about learning how to create space for calm within a restless world. It is about protecting the right to move at your own pace and refusing to let yourself be defined by the speed of others. Whatever pressures surround you tonight, remember Silas. Remember the way he held tightly to his branch and maintained his own rhythm regardless of the storms around him. That kind of strength is more enduring than fire. Like an emerald suspended among the trees, it shines quietly without demanding attention. As the night grows deeper, allow these images of leaves, rain-soaked branches, forest air, and gentle restraint to settle softly within your heart. Do not fear the unknown future. As long as you remain connected to your own inner rhythm, you possess the strength to move through any challenge. May your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons and into that peaceful rainforest realm where Silas still waits among the emerald shadows. Sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry can dissolve into stillness. May your night be gentle, your mind be calm, and your dreams be filled with enduring peace. Deep within a forest still drenched after rain, where moisture rises like breath and every leaf glows with renewed life, there exists a creature that has turned itself into a leaf, an eternally silent leaf suspended in time, and the green vine snake, an emerald-colored phantom of the canopy, moves through the most luxuriant seasons of the forest like a living fragment of vegetation. Its body, almost translucent green, blends seamlessly into the world of stems and vines, establishing an unspoken equilibrium with everything around it. And tonight, follow me into that rain-soaked wilderness. Let us step gently into the dew-laden greenery and observe its restrained, gentle rhythm of existence. And may this narrative of withdrawal, observation, and profound stillness bring a cooling calm to your spirit amid the noise of the night. There are creatures that choose sharpness and confrontation as their language with the world, but the green vine snake chooses another path entirely, one of dissolution into green, of becoming indistinguishable from the plants themselves. It rejects violence in all its forms. Instead, it carries a pair of clear, almost glass-like eyes that seem to understand the forest not as a battlefield, but as a quiet, ancient system of balance. In an age defined by competition and acceleration, its almost weightless composure and retreating wisdom feel like a forgotten sanctuary buried deep within our collective longing. And let this restrained narration, accompanied by the fragrance of rain-washed leaves, gently cleanse the dust of your day and guide you toward an inner green refuge. If life is an unavoidable journey, then the green vine snake is perhaps the most graceful traveler within this vast forest. Its emerald body is not merely camouflage, it is an expression of its deepest desire for stillness and harmony with the living world. And tonight, we will not speak of predation or violence. Instead, we will linger in the quiet drama unfolding among vines and branches, and explore its intimate bond with the damp earth after rainfall. And let this soft narration, flowing like nighttime mist, carry away your anxieties and guide you toward a tranquil and restorative sleep. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: when the first mist rises after rain and the forest begins to shimmer with suspended droplets, light itself seems to tremble upon every leaf. In such a world, there exists a being that erases itself with perfect subtlety. And the green vine snake, known as Faye in this narrative, is a creature whose entire existence resembles an ongoing experiment in disappearance. Cloaked in emerald hues and possessing a gentle, almost jade-like temperament, it has transformed silence into its defining form of art. NWE often associate snakes with danger, constriction, or cold predatory instinct, yet this species stands apart as a complete contradiction, an embodiment of softness that dissolves fear rather than intensifies it. It does not truly vanish. Instead, it performs the role of a leaf with such precision that even the most perceptive predators lose interest, as if the boundary between creature and vegetation has been erased entirely. And this is not mere camouflage, it is survival refined into color, texture, and stillness. A biological philosophy written not in movement, but in restraint. And tonight, do not treat this as a biological record. It is instead a story of how the green vine snake transforms every moment of stillness into resonance with the earth itself. Knit moves between reality and illusion with a fragility that is, paradoxically, its greatest strength. Nas Your breath slows and the night deepens. Follow me into this damp forest realm, where Faye, the child of green, reveals a philosophy of quiet existence beneath the canopy. N Let this restrained tenderness settle over you like mist, softening the turbulence of your day and guiding you toward a deeper rest. Title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Faye. In this forest, painted anew by every shifting season, his emerald body is the most precise language he possesses to communicate with the world. Faye's first act of concealment occurred at the break of an early summer dawn, when a curious songbird descended too close, its presence slicing through the fragile silence of morning. That moment, Faye did not flee. There was no panic, no rush. Instead, he instinctively extended his slender body along a narrow branch, aligning every curve of his form with the surrounding foliage until his color dissolved into the living green. This stillness was not fear. It was an evolutionary decision refined across countless generations, a calculation that survival is sometimes achieved not through escape, but through perfect erasure. He even imitated the subtle tremor of leaves stirred by morning wind, transforming himself into a convincing fragment of the forest's own breathing rhythm. And the bird hopped nearby, unaware of the presence so carefully disguised beside it. Morning mist drifted through the canopy, brushing against his scales, yet Faye remained completely motionless, understanding instinctively that this silence was not an interruption of life, but its continuation. When the bird eventually departed, frustrated by the absence of prey or disturbance, Faye slowly turned his gaze toward the dew-covered world. In that quiet return to awareness, he experienced a faint sense of release, the realization that concealment was not defeat, but the purest form of alignment with the forest's logic. Title, Chapter 2. Content: If Faye's first concealment was instinctive, then over time it matured into something closer to an art form, an adaptive choreography performed across changing light, humidity, and shadow. He learned to read the forest's palette, adjusting his stillness to match the surrounding greens, browns, and shifting tones of decay and renewal. Sometimes he coiled tightly into the shadows, at other times, he stretched himself delicately along vines, becoming indistinguishable from the forest's own structure. There was a moment when he encountered a wildfire creeping through the forest edges. Heat surged through the air like an invisible blade, consuming everything in its path. In that confrontation, even silence felt fragile. Faye did not attempt to fight. Instead, he sought refuge in the dampest reaches of the canopy, pressing himself against moisture-laden branches, using every trace of humidity as a shield against destruction. In that experience, he realized that every act of concealment was also a negotiation with the boundaries of existence itself. He was not merely surviving, he was testing how far life could retreat before it ceased to be visible yet remained intact. Over time, he became less of a participant in the forest's struggles and more of an observer of its unfolding logic. He no longer needed recognition from others of his kind, for the forest itself had become his only audience. And he moved through this living world like a quiet director of a vast, ongoing performance, one in which stillness was not absence, but the deepest form of presence. Title, Chapter 3. Content: Time, inevitably, left its subtle marks upon Faye. His once bright emerald tones softened with age, carrying a deeper, more muted resonance, while his eyes, once sharp with youthful curiosity, became layered with calm reflection. And he no longer adjusted his position frequently. Instead, he chose a stable resting place within the oldest branches, where light arrived only in fragments and wind barely disturbed the silence. In this reduced rhythm of existence, he discovered a profound liberation. He was no longer bound by the urgency of concealment or the tension of survival. He had become part of the forest structure itself, a quiet note within its endless composition. And he watched generations of life move rapidly beneath him, insects scattering, birds calling, storms passing. Yet none of it disturbed his inner stillness. Instead, he felt an expanding compassion, not sorrow, but understanding of the forest's continuous motion. None night, under a sky washed in post-rain silver, Faye felt a rare exhaustion that carried no pain, only completion. He settled into a moist branch, the softest he could find, and allowed his body to relax fully for what felt like the final time, and there was no struggle. Only surrender to continuity. The forest did not mourn or react, it simply continued breathing, and yet something remained, an invisible trace of order, a quiet rhythm embedded in the spaces he once occupied, as if the forest itself remembered his stillness, and though Faye faded from sight, he did not disappear. He became a permanent part of the forest's memory, an unseen constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final light of dusk dissolves into the horizon and the forest returns once again to its ancient silence, Faye's existence merges into the continuity of the land like a droplet absorbed into endless green, and to speak of the green vine snake is to speak of a philosophy that resists acceleration, fragmentation, and forceful definition, _neen moments when your world feels crowded, restless, or uncertain, remember Faye, the quiet figure who once became a leaf to remain whole within. Chaos, and he did not oppose the world, nor did he surrender to it. Instead, he moved through cycles of concealment and emergence until he became something unnameable yet enduring, and this form of strength is subtle, but it persists longer than resistance and cuts deeper than force. It is like a seed resting beneath damp soil, quietly sustaining the possibility of calm, and tonight, let this story rest within you like a soft green light. Let the imagery of concealment, rain, and renewal guide you toward a more peaceful inner landscape, and may you, in your dreams, move with the same quiet assurance through unknown paths, holding within yourself a space that remains untouched by turmoil, and sleep now. All seeking has settled. All tension dissolves into the slow breath of the forest. May your night be gentle, deep, and restorative. In the heart of a northern forest buried beneath deep snow, where winter seems to linger forever and silence hangs between the trees like a veil, there lives a tiny creature that appears almost too gentle for such a harsh world. The silver-throated Bushtid is no larger than a snowball resting on a branch. Its feathers are soft and pale, blending seamlessly into the winter landscape. To many, it is simply a small bird. But to those who take the time to truly watch, it is something more. It is a reminder that warmth does not always come from strength, and that survival is not always a story of conquest. Tonight, as darkness settles beyond your window and the world begins to slow, imagine yourself stepping into this frozen woodland. Snowflakes drift quietly through the air. Frost sparkles on every branch. The forest breathes in slow, steady rhythms beneath the cold sky. Somewhere among the trees lives a small bird named Pip. Pip was not the strongest member of his flock, nor the fastest. He possessed no sharp talons, no powerful beak, and no impressive size to protect him from danger. Yet what he lacked in strength, he made up for with something far more valuable. He understood the importance of togetherness. Each winter morning, before the first rays of sunlight touched the snowy canopy, Pip would awaken among his companions. Their tiny bodies pressed closely together through the night, forming a living circle of warmth against the freezing air. For Pip, survival was never a solitary journey. While larger creatures depended on power, Bushtits depended on trust. He learned early in life that the cold was relentless. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Food could disappear beneath thick blankets of ice. Temperatures could plunge so low that even the strongest animals struggled to endure. But there was one thing the winter could never freeze. Connection. On one particularly brutal night, the forest was struck by a blizzard unlike any Pip had ever experienced. Wind roared through the trees. Ice coated every branch. The temperature dropped with frightening speed. All around him, the world seemed determined to erase every sign of life. Pip and his companions gathered tightly together on a sheltered branch. Their feathers puffed outward, creating tiny pockets of warmth. One by one, they leaned against each other until they formed a single trembling cluster of white and silver. Outside, the storm raged. Inside their circle, there was peace. As Pip listened to the howl of the wind beyond the branches, he realized something important. The world often teaches creatures to compete. The forest was teaching him to belong. Years passed beneath endless winters and brief, shining summers. Pip grew older, and his understanding of life deepened with every season. He watched the migration of birds across distant skies. He saw foxes leave delicate footprints across fresh snow. He listened to rivers awaken beneath melting ice each spring. Yet no matter how much the forest changed, one truth remained constant. Nothing survived alone. The towering pines relied upon hidden roots connected beneath the soil. The streams relied upon snowmelt from distant mountains. Even the smallest creatures depended upon one another in ways they rarely understood. Pip began to see himself as part of something much larger than his own existence. He no longer measured life by achievement or possession. Instead, he measured it by moments. The warmth of companions during a storm. The first sunrise after a long winter night. The sound of snow settling softly onto branches. The brief sparkle of frost beneath moonlight. Many creatures spent their lives chasing certainty. Pip learned to appreciate mystery. Many spent their days racing toward the future. Pip learned to cherish the present. As the seasons continued their endless cycle, he became a quiet observer of the forest's hidden wisdom. There were days when food was scarce and challenges seemed overwhelming. During those moments, Pip noticed that panic only made survival harder. The creatures who exhausted themselves with fear often missed the opportunities directly in front of them. Patience, however, revealed possibilities. Stillness revealed solutions. Kindness revealed strength. This understanding transformed him. He became a source of calm for younger birds. During storms, they gathered near him. During uncertain migrations, they followed his example. Not because he commanded them, but because his quiet confidence offered reassurance. He never sought leadership. Yet wisdom has a way of attracting others. Eventually, the years began to leave their mark. Pip's feathers lost some of their youthful brightness. His flights became shorter. His movements grew slower and more deliberate. But age brought gifts of its own. He no longer felt compelled to rush. He no longer worried about proving himself. Instead, he spent long hours perched high among the trees, watching the forest breathe beneath him. From those heights, he observed the seasons unfolding like chapters in a familiar story. Snow gave way to rain. Rain gave way to blossoms. Blossoms gave way to falling leaves. And once again, winter returned. Each cycle seemed to whisper the same lesson. Nothing lasts forever. And because nothing lasts forever, every moment matters. One winter morning, after a night of gentle snowfall, Pip perched upon an old branch overlooking the forest. The world below was untouched and silent. Every tree wore a coat of white. Every shadow seemed softer. The rising sun painted the snow with gold and silver light. Pip sat quietly, surrounded by a beauty so vast that words could never fully contain it. For a long time, he simply watched. He listened to the distant creak of frozen branches. He felt the cool air moving through his feathers. He watched snowflakes drift lazily through the morning light. In that moment, there was nowhere else he needed to be. Nothing else he needed to become. The forest had given him everything he needed to understand. Life was not a race. It was a relationship. A relationship with time. With nature. With others. With oneself. The years continued their gentle passage, and eventually Pip became part of the forest's memory. The snow continued to fall. The winds continued to wander through the trees. New generations of Bushtits filled the branches with movement and song. Yet something of Pip remained. Not as a voice. Not as a story carved into stone. But as a feeling. A quiet warmth hidden within the cold. A reminder that gentleness is not weakness. That kindness can endure even the harshest winters. That togetherness can create light in the darkest seasons. As night settles around you now, perhaps you can carry that lesson with you. The modern world often rewards speed, urgency, and constant motion. But the tiny silver-throated Bushtit offers another path. A slower path. A softer path. A path where strength is measured not by how much you conquer, but by how much warmth you share. So allow your thoughts to settle like snow upon a quiet branch. Let your worries drift away with the winter wind. And as sleep slowly approaches, imagine yourself standing in that silent forest beneath a sky filled with stars. Somewhere among the snow-covered trees, a tiny bird rests peacefully beside its companions. The forest is quiet. The storm has passed. And for this moment, everything is exactly as it should be. In the deepest embrace of the ocean, survival often means endless swimming, chasing, and a never-slackening vigilance. Yet, there is a creature that lives in almost motionless, effortless life drifting with the current in the undulating, unknown azure depths. They have no thick blubber to protect against the chill, nor sharp teeth for hunting, yet within the ever-changing tapestry of nature, they live out the most serene and gentle existence. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the manatee, uses his lifelong slow pace to weave a deep-water dreamscape that coaxes all defenses to drop amidst the warm, shallow seagrass beds. In this world, sleep for most living beings usually requires finding a sturdy shelter, but for him, the entire warm ocean is his bed. His most wondrous talent is the ability to fall into a deep slumber with his eyes closed in the warm waters, while relying on an ancient instinct deep within his body to slowly and involuntarily float to the surface to breathe. It is a near-perfect, weightless state of floating, where the entire body is as relaxed as an ancient log steeped in the sea for thousands of years. Once his lungs are filled with the cool air of the deep night, he leisurely sinks back down to the seagrass bed dyed silver blue by the moonlight, continuing his unfinished dream. The water ripples outward ring by ring in the darkness, carrying away the weariness of the day, while the deep water overture belonging to the manatee slowly draws its curtain to the breath of the tide. The journey of life in the ocean is often depicted as a brutal contest of speed and power. Yet the manatee's night, from the very beginning, drifts outside this cruel law, revealing an anomalous tranquility. When night fully cloaks the mangroves and shallow bays of Florida, the surrounding water temperature begins to drop bit by bit. For a manatee without thick whale blubber, a water temperature below 20 degrees Celsius is a fatal fracture of fate, causing his body to gradually lose warmth and slide toward exhaustion. Yet, facing this inherent vulnerability, he does not choose to undertake long, intense transoceanic migrations like other marine mammals. On nights when a cold snap arrives, he always sluggishly propels his broad, fan-like caudal fin, and guided by an extreme sensitivity to warmth, swims toward inland freshwater spring vents or the warm water discharge zones of power plants. In those narrow yet temperate waters, hundreds of manatees gather silently together. Their broad, thick bodies brush gently against one another, huddling tightly in the dim depths, free from the territorial biting of combat or restless swimming. They simply suspend themselves quietly in the faint light refracted by the hot springs, letting the warm currents caress the tiny bristles on their skin. This choice of a haven, though limiting their potential to venture into the broader ocean, allows them to find the gentlest sanctuary of survival under the duress of bitter cold. If you dive into these warm depths in the dead of the quietest night, you will witness a sight that instantly dissolves all anxiety. That massive, rough-skinned, gray-brown manatee is suspended in the mid-water a few meters above the seabed in a state of absolute relaxation. His eyes are tightly shut, his two short forelimbs hang helplessly at his sides, and his entire rounded torso sways with the faintest rhythm of the moving currents. He has entered a deep sleep, a state in which his brain completely relaxes and his heart rate drops to an extremely low level of just a few beats per minute, yet the ocean does not cease its motion for his peaceful slumber, owing to gas changes within his body. Approximately every 10 to 15 minutes, his form begins to undergo a quiet shift. Guided by no conscious control whatsoever, his caudal fin instinctively and infinitesimally strokes up and down, generating a gentle, uplifting force. Like an ancient balloon filled with air rising slowly through the water, his broad back begins to close in on the shimmering surface. The moonlight in the night sky filters through the water membrane, tenderly carving silver textures onto his gray spine. In this slow, ascending journey, every single one of his cells exudes a pure relaxation that refuses to fight the world. This sensation of floating is nature's most perfect white noise for the soul, stripping time entirely of its urge to hurry. When the manatee's nostrils finally breached the sea surface, his originally sealed nostrils, equipped with special valvular folds of skin, opened smoothly. A deep, long, and exceptionally steady sound of exhalation quietly breaks over the vast and silent night sea, followed by a greedy yet quiet inhalation. This process is incredibly brief, failing to startle even the nocturnal birds resting near the water's surface. Immediately after, the folds of skin seal tight once more without a single gap, locking the outside air securely in the depths of his lungs. His body, now satiated with air, shifts its specific gravity again, and he begins to leisurely retreat into the deep blue depths, like a falling leaf descending on a windless autumn day. Throughout this entire cycle of falling asleep, ascending, breathing, and sinking back down, he never once truly opens his eyes from beginning to end. This perfect fusion of instinct and slumber is an ancient wisdom distilled over tens of millions of years. In the human world, we often must maintain absolute vigilance to keep life running, to the point where even our breathing becomes hurried and heavy. Yet the manatee showcases an ultimate trust through his posture, trust that the current will gently lift him up, and trust that instinct will safely guide him home. This complete surrender and submission to his surroundings grants him an inner peace that no storm in the volatile sea can ever strip away. Beyond his magical sleep, the reason the manatee was mistaken for the mysterious mermaid by countless seafarers over the long centuries stems even more from the exquisite, human-like affection shared between mother and calf. For a long time in the past, lonely sailors under the hazy moonlight would often spot a mother manatee cradling her calf with her forelimbs, half floating on the water's surface to nurse. That warm tenderness radiating within the immense, lonely ocean once soothed many a traveler's parched soul. A mother manatee's care for her child is exceedingly prolonged and infinitely patient. They spend 2 to 3 years accompanying their offspring every step of the way. On days when the wind and waves pick up slightly, the mother uses her own massive body to block the windward side, carving out a tiny, absolutely tranquil harbor for the little calf who is not yet proficient at swimming. From time to time in the depths, she calls out to her child with gentle, high-pitched chirps and squeaks unheard by humans, a frequency incredibly low, yet brimming with comforting power. The calf, in turn, nudges its smooth little head against the mother's rough muzzle, rolling around light-heartedly in waters thick with maternal love. This long-lasting companionship, entirely free from any utilitarian motive, is the true secret behind the manatee family's survival in the freezing ocean to this day. They seek no expansion of territory, nor do they calculate the abundance of food. They pour all their gentleness into the quiet, simple grace of life beneath the waves. Yet in this shallow ocean home where they have dwelt for millennia, the gears of time have begun to spin violently over the past few centuries, confronting the manatee with an unprecedented crisis of survival. With the relentless increase of fishing vessels and sightseeing speedboats, the once placid bays have been ruthlessly torn apart by the sharp scream of motors. The manatee's sluggish swimming speed and his habit of basking near the surface to breathe make him an unavoidable casualty beneath fast-spinning propellers. The backs of countless adult manatees bear deep, heavy scars inflicted by cutting hulls, mottled white tracks clearly visible against their gray-brown skin, standing as agonizing marks of the modern era forced upon them. Faced with these lethal iron beasts, the manatee has evolved no offensive weapons, nor can he even accelerate his escape. When danger strikes, his sole choice remains to silently sink lower into the seagrass beds, enduring the crude destruction of this world with a near stoic silence. This extreme misunderstanding and injustice inflicts a quiet ache upon anyone who comes to know them. Yet marvelously, despite these traumas, when gentle divers approach them in protected sanctuaries, they still swim over leisurely, gazing at humans with their small, trusting eyes, and even allowing people to softly stroke their thick, honest heads. This goodness, which chooses forgiveness and trust despite enduring such hardship, causes this rugged life to radiate a near-sacred brilliance in the azure depths. The tide begins to recede slowly, and the mangrove roots of the Florida Bay interlace under the moonlight like an ancient fence woven by nature's own hands. The deep ocean far away sends the muffled sound of waves crashing against reefs, but within this protected, calm inner bay, the manatee and his companions have fully immersed themselves in their midnight dreamland. His colossal frame rises gently once more through the warm current, his nostrils precisely breaching the surface to release a soft, sighing breath before soundlessly slipping back into the deep, profound blue. At the beginning of our story, we marveled at the paradox of his drifting survival, but now, we witness the purest compassion and open-mindedness within this life. He has no agile movements, no soaring songs, yet with a body like a floating log, he holds the most ultimate gentleness and relaxation of the ocean. This story of deep-water companionship has quietly reached its end, just like the lush seagrass swaying gently with the ocean currents on the seabed, softly brushing against your soul. The night is very deep now, and the faint glow of the shallow sea will watch over you until the first light of dawn. In this safe harbor, you no longer need to fight any waves, nor do you need to ponder complex problems. Please let your body relax just like the manatee, shedding all your weight, and in this warm, loose ambience, gently drift with the echo of the story toward the deepest, most peaceful dreamland. Good night. Upon the desolate salt flats where life is near extinct, the Creator often reclaims all tenderness, leaving only a cruel essence capable of swallowing everything. The lake water there is crystalline yet intensely toxic. High concentrations of saline and alkaline compounds can easily corrode the toughest leather, and the steaming air hangs heavy with the pungent scent of sulfur. Yet, within this forbidden zone where even wild birds refuse to alight, there resides a silhouette as brilliant as wildfire. With a near-miraculous elegance, they transform this lake of death into their own gentle haven. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the flamingo, passes each long night in the place furthest removed from comfort, practicing an anomalous relaxation and an extremely restrained sleep. In this clamorous world, seeking a secure stretch of land is often a basic instinct for survival, but for him, the deep, toxic waters constitute nature's safest sanctuary. His legs are as slender as silk threads, born covered in a layer of hard scales resistant to harsh alkaline corrosion, a pair of destined feet crafted specifically to stand amidst peril. Whenever night fully descends and the rippling lake surface is dyed a serene silver blue by the moon, he elegantly tucks away one foot, supporting his large frame solely upon a single delicate leg. He closes his eyes, gently folding that long, swan-like neck, and properly hides his heavy beak within the plush pink plumage of his back. It is a posture that can instantly dissolve all anxiety in whoever beholds it, free from any swaying, devoid of the slightest strain. The entire bird remains motionless in the center of the water, as if fused with heaven and earth. The wind whimpers low on the distant salt flats, while the weightless dreamscape belonging to the flamingo quietly unfolds amidst this swaying light. The dark night of the toxic red lake never follows the laws of the outside world. When the piercing glare of day retreats below the horizon, the water begins to exude a cold and eerie faint glow. For the flamingo keeping solitary vigil over this wilderness, every single night is a prolonged spiritual practice of balance and concealment. His feathers, dyed an intense pink by unique pigments, are the most conspicuous flame across the plains by day, but by night, they transform into a bizarre protective coloration, blending perfectly with the shimmering light of the lake. Yet beneath this ultimate elegance sits an inescapable natural compression. The nocturnal temperatures of the high-altitude alkaline lake plummet below freezing in just a few short hours. As icy gales begin to rage across the treeless lake surface, the freezing water cuts like needles against his exposed legs, attempting to strip away the final shred of warmth from his body. Facing this inherent severity, the flamingo does not choose to frequently flap his wings by the shore like other waterfowl, for lethal predators lie in ambush within the coastal shrubs. His destiny dictates that he must remain in the water, in the deepest, most dangerous, yet safest heart of the lake, to confront this freezing siege alone. This dilemma becomes the first fracture in his fate, making his nights long and fraught with restraint. He must learn to maintain absolute stillness in the cold, because every redundant movement accelerates the loss of heat, sliding life into an irrecoverable crisis. The breeze passes through his layered coverts with a soft, gentle rustling sound, while he stands frozen in the dark current like a pink stone sculpture, quiet without a single breath of sound. It is precisely this uncompromisable dilemma of survival that has forced the flamingo over the long centuries to evolve a sleep mechanism that astounds modern science. Since he cannot lie down, nor leave these freezing, toxic waters, he has borrowed a lock from his own body, a biological lock capable of shutting out gravity and exhaustion. When he slowly pulls up one leg, tucking it tightly beneath the warm feathers of his belly, the joint of the standing leg automatically slips into a wondrous state of mechanical locking under the downward pressure of his body weight. This locking requires no muscular power from his leg at all, much like an architect finding the single perfect keystone while building an arched bridge. This means that the single-legged stance, which appears immensely tiring to humans, is instead the body's most relaxed and energy-efficient natural posture for him. He can completely shut down the vast majority of his consciousness in this state, allowing his soul to drop into the deepest, sweetest slumber. The lake ripples gently under the night wind, and tiny waves lap ring by ring against his slender ankle, producing a regular, faint rocking sensation. This swaying does not disrupt his balance, rather, it acts like a colossal, azure cradle, tenderly rocking his dreamscape beneath the stars. Throughout this precious sleep, his beak, worn ragged from filtering algae by day, gains total rest, and his bodily metabolism is lowered to a perfect state of stillness. This is an ancient survival wisdom, refusing to fight gravity, refusing to clash with the environment, but simply utilizing the ingenuity of the body to fulfill his most stable night. There is another secret in the flamingo's life that is misunderstood by almost everyone, that is the stark, pale truth behind the color of their feathers. In the camera lenses of countless travelers, the flamingo is the definition of passion and romance, its brilliant pink wings intoxicating all who see them. Yet few know that this beautiful coloration is not an inherent pattern born of nature, but stems from the only food they can forage within these toxic waters, microalgae and brine shrimp rich in carotenoids. They are born merely as grayish-white, even somewhat homely chicks. To acquire this gown of fire, they must spend a lifetime swallowing these corrosive, toxic waters. It is a poignant life paradox of trading pain for beauty, and each step of their journey in turning toxin into splendor is exceptionally heavy. Crueler still, this beauty is not permanent. Whenever the breeding season concludes and a mother bird has exhausted every shred of nourishment to rear her offspring, her originally radiant plumage fades entirely within a few short days, turning into a dry, sickly white-gray. That paleness is the scar of a life completely drained, appearing utterly discordant within the bustling flock, even drawing cold neglect from companions. When a faded flamingo stands alone at the edge of the ruined lake, watching its companions still flashing pink under the moon, that isolation of being stripped by instinct and time carries a piercing sense of destiny. It must silently lower its head once more, searching anew for those minute pigments in the muddy, toxic waters, utilizing a supreme, cloistered restraint to await the rekindling of the flames. This containment and restraint of the flamingo is not only manifested in their journey of self-healing, but runs deeply through their immensely grand yet orderly communal relations. Upon the barren alkaline lake, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of flamingos gather together, forming an endless pink ocean. In human imagination, such a massive collective must inevitably be accompanied by ceaseless conflict, noise, and chaos, yet the true flamingo colony possesses a near-sacred midnight order. When the midnight moon rises to the zenith, the flock, which danced frantically and sang aloud for courtship by day, falls silent all at once, as if receiving a wordless command. Hundreds of thousands of living beings turn their heads in unison, hiding their beaks within their wings, forming loose yet never overlapping lines across several square kilometers of water. They maintain precise distances of mere centimeters between one another, capable of blocking portions of the freezing gale with their bodies while ensuring they never disrupt a neighbor's balance due to overproximity. If, in the deep of the night, a single flamingo on the outer perimeter detects the movement of a lurking predator, it does not explode into a panicked shriek, but releases a low, hoarse, short call. This sound travels rapidly across the water surface at a faint frequency unnoticeable to humans. Hundreds of thousands of flamingos, with their eyes closed in slumber, will instinctively take a synchronized step sideways toward safety. That movement is so seamless that not a single bird falls, not a single splash is thrown, like a massive pink carpet silently shifting beneath the moon. This trust that completely integrates individual destiny into communal order is their true ultimate card for flourishing over millennia upon the ruins, serene, hidden in dust, yet flawless. Yet at the edge of this pink sanctuary preserved for millennia, the colossal shadow of modern industrial civilization has begun to spread ruthlessly over recent decades, confronting the flamingo with its most severe crisis of survival. Because the alkaline lakes are rich in rare minerals and industrial raw materials, those originally uninhabited, toxic ruins have seen the erection of massive extraction factories and networks of asphalt highways. The scream of heavy machinery ruthlessly tears through the stillness of the wilderness, and the unregulated discharge of industrial wastewater has brought a catastrophic shift to the delicate composition of the lake water. In certain most heartbreaking turnings of fate, when the drought brought by the monsoons combines with the excessive water pumping of the factories, the originally vast red lake can dry up into a cracked, white salt crust in just a few short months. The flamingo family, deprived of its deep water sanctuary, wakes up one morning to face a harsh reality: their home has turned into an unreachable, hardened desert. The chicks, still unable to endure long-distance flight, have their tender feet cut mercilessly by the dry salt crystals, helplessly beating their unfeathered wings under the scorching sun, while the adults can only release mournful cries, circling loop after loop above the dry lake bed. Facing this epical upheaval where their home is uprooted, the flamingos exhibit no redundant fury or counterattack, they merely assemble in silence through the night with a near-haughty endurance. Guided by the memories of the elders, they unfold those black flight feathers hidden beneath the pink plumage, forming a massive V-shape in the thin night air, embarking on an arduous migration toward the next distant, unknown toxic lake. That night flight spanning hundreds of kilometers is an ultimate strain upon physical strength and will. Countless elderly souls exhaust their final lights along the way, falling soundlessly into the shadows of the earth, while the remaining flock maintains its restrained pace, flying resolutely toward the final source of hope. The night has deepened to the absolute utmost, and the waters of Lake Natron have slowly smoothed all ripples under the pull of the moon, the entire red surface as tranquil as a colossal, unpolished ruby. The dazzling Milky Way hangs unreservedly above the flamingo flock like a stationary river flowing with stardust, its light falling upon their pink feathers to reflect a near dreamlike, soft pale violet. By now, he has completely immersed himself in tonight's deepest slumber. That long leg which stood for hours is lowered back down in his sleep with extreme slowness and smoothness, replaced by the other warm foot gently stepping into the water, completing this effortless midnight exchange. At the beginning of our story, we sought to explore the eternal paradox of why he chose toxic ruins as his home, but now, we witness within this life the most ultimate freedom from contention and vital resilience. Although nature granted him the most lethal backdrop of survival and a heavy destiny of trading pain for beauty, it also gave him the perfect wisdom of balance and a noble soul that dances upon ruins. What he leaves to this desolate earth is never the clamor of conquest, but a flame that keeps burning amidst extinction, and a composure that remains unswayed before the storm. This story of shimmering light and feathered wings has quietly reached its end, just like the breeze that blew along the shore all night, finally slowing its steps at the edge of the mangroves. The world has quieted down completely, and the night of the toxic lake will watch over you with its gentlest boundary of safety. You do not need to undergo his long migration, nor endure that fated isolation. At this very moment, you need only relax every single ounce of gravity from your body, just like that flamingo standing beneath the starlight. Close your eyes, and let all your thoughts land softly within this shimmering tranquility, sinking together with the dimming glow of the hearth into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night. In the freezing highlands where life cannot easily set foot, survival often means endless running and vigilance. Yet, there is a creature that lives an almost motionless, relaxed life on the misty cliffs and wilderness where the air is thin and storms rage. They possess neither sharp claws nor powerful bodies, yet within the harshest laws of nature, they live out the most gentle and serene existence. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the alpaca, uses his lifelong gentleness and slow pace to weave the most comforting dreams upon the desolate land. The wind blows low outside the window, carrying away the weariness and clamor of the day. Meanwhile, the night on the highlands is drawing its quiet curtain. On the starlit pasture, he stands there silently, as if waiting for every tired soul to enter that pure world free from distraction. In those clear, somewhat vacant eyes, there is no anxiety, no panic, only a deep tranquility that has looked through the wind and frost. This is not a journey full of legends and adventures, but a record of a life gently reconciling with loneliness and bitter cold. The night in the Andes always arrives loftier and colder than anywhere else. As the last ray of the setting sun is swallowed by the icebound mountains, a piercing chill begins to permeate the thin air. Here, the great wind is a frequent guest of the night, howling through the treeless wilderness, stripping away the last remaining warmth of the earth's surface. At this moment, the alpaca stands beside a massive rock, his long wool fluttering slightly in the wind, yet his eyes remain as calm as water. His entire life seems to be spent in the company of this extreme cold. But he never resists, nor does he ever try to escape. He simply wraps himself gently with his thick, almost luxurious fleece. Those dense, soft fibers are the longest-lasting armor nature has bestowed upon him, locking in every precious degree of body temperature. At this moment, the alpaca stands beside a massive rock, his long wool fluttering slightly in the wind, yet his eyes remain as calm as water. His entire life seems to be spent in the company of this extreme cold. But he never resists, nor does he ever try to escape. he simply wraps himself gently with his thick, almost luxurious fleece. Those dense, soft fibers are the longest-lasting armor nature has bestowed upon him, locking in every precious degree of body temperature. When the storm is at its fiercest, he chooses to huddle close with his companions, using their bodies to build a warm barrier against the wind. They lean against one another, without fighting, without complaining, quietly sharing the weight of the gale. In this long, silent companionship, the coldness of the wilderness seems to be gradually melted by this warmth, becoming no longer so formidable. If you listen closely in the dead of the silent night, you will hear a deeply regular and healing sound rising and falling across the empty pasture. It is the sound of the alpaca chewing its cud, faint, slow, and carrying a wondrous rhythm. During the day, he silently grazes on the dry grass stalks growing from the rocky crevices, and at night, this food is savored once again in detail through the long process of rumination. This physiological habit, which might seem tedious to humans, is the most stable ritual of the day for the alpaca. His jaw moves left and right at an almost hypnotic frequency, and each chew feels like the gentlest measurement of time. This sound is amplified in the quiet night, gradually turning into a beautiful white noise that soothes all the restlessness brought by the cold on the wild plains. Life here has been turned down to the slowest gear. There are no hurried breaths, no panicked flights. In this way, he tells the surrounding world that even the lowest blade of grass deserves to be treated gently for an entire night. Listening to this sound, you will feel the flow of time slow down, and the anxieties and restlessness of the day dissolve and settle bit by bit with this steady rhythm. This is a survival wisdom inherited from ancient times, and a natural magic that brings peace to the soul. As the first dawn breaks and the highland sunlight pierces through the thin clouds, spilling unreservedly onto the golden pasture, a new day begins. Yet, the alpaca's morning shows no signs of busyness. His favorite thing to do is to lie on his side in groups on the sun-drenched slopes. The sunlight hits their fluffy wool, reflecting a warm halo. From a distance, they look like soft clouds that have fallen into the mortal world. He rests his long neck close to the ground, his limbs stretched out comfortably, letting the sunshine warm his belly completely. At moments like this, his slightly dorky face always carries an indescribable docility and relaxation. This sense of ease is so pure that any living being witnessing this scene would involuntarily slow down their steps and let down all defenses in their hearts. In this world, we are always urged to move forward, demanded to be strong, yet we forget how to be like him, simply lying quietly under the sun, feeling the flow of warmth. He does not ponder whether tomorrow's storm will be fiercer, nor does he worry about when the winter snow will melt. For him, every single ray of sunlight falling upon his body at this very moment is the entire meaning of life. This complete trust in the present allows him to always possess a sanctuary of peace amidst the unpredictable highlands. In the ecological hierarchy of the highlands, the alpaca is not a powerhouse, but he possesses a unique, non-aggressive philosophy of survival. His footsteps are incredibly light because he has soft pads on his hooves. Walking across the pasture, he causes almost no harm to the fragile highland vegetation. When he grazes, he only gently bites off the tips of the grass, leaving the roots so they can continue to grow in the next spring. This gentleness and restraint toward his home is the kindness in his bones, and a silent covenant he has made with this land. When interacting with other animals, he always maintains a perfect distance, neither intrusive nor overly detached. When a small bird alights on his back to preen its feathers, he stands perfectly still, not moving an inch, for fear of startling the visitor from afar. Through his existence, he demonstrates a possibility to the world. Strength does not necessarily mean conquest and possession. Sometimes, gentleness is the most resilient power. Over the long course of time, countless fierce beasts have perished on this land, while the gentle alpaca has always thrived and flourished here. He uses his life to prove that in a world that often appears harsh, living gently is, in itself, a magnificent victory. His every gaze, his every movement, is like a wordless hymn written for nature. The night grows deeper, and the starry sky of the Andes is so dazzling it brings tears to one's eyes. The Milky Way spans across the pitch-black night sky like a flowing river of silver. The distant wind gradually dies down, and the entire wilderness enters the deepest slumber. By now, the alpaca, along with his family members, lies quietly in the sheltered valley. He rests his head gently against the warm flank of a companion, his eyes softly closed, his breathing becoming calm and long. The nighttime chewing sound gradually fades, merging into the boundless starlight and tranquility. What he truly leaves to this land is not some earth-shattering footprints, but a warmth that remains tender in the cold, and a composure that stays unaltered before the storm. This story does not require you to deliberately memorize its every detail, just let this peace from the highlands flow into your heart. The world has quieted down, and all the rushing and toil can be safely set down at this moment. May you, just like the alpaca lying under the starlight right now, have a night wrapped in gentleness, free from fear, free from burden. Close your eyes, and let your body and mind slowly sink into the sweetest, most peaceful dreamland amidst this relaxation and warmth. Good night. At the edge of the vast earth, some lives seem born with a perspective that looks down upon the mortal world. They possess elegant and long necks, allowing them to easily reach treetops unreachable by others, yet because of this, they bear a certain unspoken weight of life. When night fully cloaks this ancient savanna and all clamor fades into the soil, they still stand quietly in the wind, like solitary sentinels. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the giraffe, passes each long night in the place closest to the sky, using a near-cruel wakefulness and an extremely restrained sleep. In this world, sleep is an unconditional reward for most living beings, but for him, it is a game of precise calculation, even using life as collateral. He only allows himself a few minutes of deep sleep each day, a span of time so brief it makes one's heart ache. And in those precious few minutes, he gently folds back that seemingly proud long neck, resting his head softly and properly against his own back. It is a posture that, once seen, is hard to forget. It looks both like an exhausted compromise and a deep embrace of self-comfort. The wind whimpers low on the distant horizon, while the high-altitude dreamscape belonging to the giraffe quietly unfolds beneath this silent starlight. The dark night of the savanna is never truly calm, danger always lurks within those unseen shadows. For a giraffe standing several meters tall, this height is an unparalleled advantage by day, but by night, it becomes a massive target that cannot be hidden. Even more fatal is that his 2-meter-long neck makes his every standing up and lying down incredibly slow and difficult. Once a predator is encountered while lying down, a few short seconds of sluggishness are enough to rewrite the ending of life. That is why a deep vigilance toward the earth flows in his bones, and he is born rarely choosing to truly lie down. This instinctive resistance for survival becomes the first fracture in his destiny, splitting his night into countless fragmented and awake moments. While the surrounding zebras and antelopes close their eyes and sink into dreamland, he still needs to straighten his back and maintain a standing posture. His eyes gleam with faint light in the darkness, always watching for the slightest rustle in the grass. This prolonged standing is not because he is not tired, but because for life, staying awake is the only chip for survival. During the long hours of standing, the breeze passes through his mottled coat, carrying away his body warmth, but also bringing messages of danger or peace from afar. It is precisely this destiny of being unable to sleep peacefully that has forced the giraffe to evolve a highly unique, even fantastical way of sleeping. Since he cannot lie down for long, he has learned to steal scattered, crumb-like dreams in the intervals of standing. He often chooses a tall acacia tree to lean against during the quietest moments of the deep night. Then, that long neck accustomed to being held high slowly relaxes, carving a very gentle arc. He turns his head backward, carefully resting it on his back or thigh, just like a tired child who has finally found the most comforting pillow. Sleep in this posture usually lasts only 2 to 3 minutes each time, or even shorter. In human perception, 2 minutes is but an exchange of a few breaths, but for the giraffe, this is already the greatest tolerance the night grants him. In these 2 minutes, his brain quickly falls into deep sleep, his body muscles relax for a moment, and he may even have extremely short dreams about treetops and breezes. Then, the alarm of instinct wakes him right on time, and he raises his head again, turning back into that vigilant, lonely sentry. This continually repeating night woven from countless 2-minute blocks is his unique rhythm of life, restrained yet full of poetry. Aside from an extremely brief sleep, there is another secret in the giraffe's life that is misunderstood by almost everyone, that is his near-absolute silence. On the noisy savanna, lions roar, elephants trumpet, and even seemingly gentle antelopes snort in warning. Only the giraffe remains completely noiseless, whether at the moment of encountering danger or in times of grief over losing a companion. In the past, people once thought he was a natural mute, believing nature had forgotten to endow his throat with the power of vocalization, but true science reveals a deeper truth: he has functional vocal cords. It is just that his trachea is too long and the distance between his chest and throat is too far, requiring immense airflow and physical effort to make a sound. More importantly, on this land fraught with peril, sound often exposes one's location, bringing devastating disaster. Thus, in the long river of evolution, he voluntarily surrendered the right to vocalize, pressing all emotions deep into his chest. He uses infrasound, at frequencies too low for humans to hear, to communicate gently with distant companions under the silent night sky. That sound vibrates slowly in the air, skimming over the tips of the grass, crossing distances of several kilometers, caught only by companions who are equally lonely. This silence is not inability, but a high level of restraint, his gentlest resistance against this noisy world. This squeezing of destiny brought by body structure is not only reflected in sleep and sound, but even his most basic drinking of water turns into an adventure full of a sense of ritual. Although the giraffe's neck is very long, when he stands straight, his head still cannot reach the water source on the ground. Whenever he comes to a waterhole, he must spread his two long front legs wide to the sides of his body, striking a posture that is somewhat awkward or even comical, to painstakingly lower his head to the water's surface. In this posture, his center of gravity drops to the lowest point, and his body's defenses completely collapse. If a crocodile or a lion suddenly launches an ambush at this moment, he has almost no chance of resisting. Therefore, every time he lowers his head to drink, it is a grand gamble against fate for the giraffe. He always hesitates by the water for a long time, constantly looking up and around, confirming there is not a shred of movement in the wind before slowly lowering that proud head. The water reflects his clear eyes and his pair of small horns. He sucks the sweet spring water at top speed, then quickly straightens his body, regaining the height that commands the whole situation. The price of this drinking makes him cherish every drop of nectar in life even more, and makes him always maintain a complex emotion of both longing and awe toward the earth. His life finds a subtle and fragile balance between the wind in the high sky and the water on the ground. As autumn goes and spring comes, and the drought and lushness of the savanna alternate, the giraffe also builds a highly cohesive family tension within this high degree of restraint. Although they do not have a strong sense of territory, the bond between companions appears exceptionally resilient in silence. During the day, they maintain a distance of several hundred meters, scattering near different tree canopies to feed, using their height to act as distant lookout towers for one another. And at dusk, they tacitly move toward the same direction, finally forming a loose yet mutually supportive circle as night falls. In this circle, the older giraffes voluntarily stand on the outer perimeter, leaving the safest and least windy center position for the young offspring. When calves, exhausted, have to truly lie down on the grass to sleep deeply, the adult giraffes stand around them like towering banners, guarding them wordlessly. They use their height and wakefulness to build an invisible, mobile safe haven for the next generation. In this silent vigil, there is no passionate verbal expression like in human society, yet there is a responsibility and affection that transcends language. Through the long nights, because of these slender figures looking out for each other, the desolate savanna becomes less frightening and helpless. The night has deepened to the utmost, and the wind on the savanna begins to turn gentle, softly brushing the tiny leaves of the acacia trees. The dazzling Milky Way, like a white veil, quietly spreads over the giraffe's head. Those stars seem so close to him, as if he could touch them just by raising his head. At this moment, he once again slowly bends his long neck, resting his head gently against his back, beginning another precious 2-minute dreamscape for tonight. In the introduction, we once marveled at his cruel destiny of sleeping only a few minutes a day, but now we understand that it is precisely this extreme restraint that achieves his unparalleled elegance and resilience. Although nature stripped away his right to sleep peacefully for long periods and deprived his throat of shouting out loud, it gave him the broadest horizon and the soul closest to the starry sky. What he leaves to this earth is never extortion and conquest, but a posture of gentle reconciliation with destiny. This story has reached its end, just like the giraffe's brief dream, falling softly into the night of the savanna. The world has quieted down completely, and those distant starlight will watch over you in his stead. You do not need to stay vigilant like him. There is no danger of the night here, only warmth and absolute safety. Set down all your thoughts peacefully, and just like that giraffe resting on his own back, let your soul slowly sink into the deepest, most tranquil dreamland under the brushing of the high sky breeze. Good night. At the roof of the world, upon the freezing cliffs far beyond the easy reach of human eyes, life is stripped of all adornment, leaving only its purest essence. There are no lush forests, no flowing streams, only eternal glaciers and a desolate wind that forever howls through the stone crevices. Within this seemingly lifeless world of silver and white, a proud and ethereal soul is concealed, walking soundlessly between loose rocks and accumulated snow, like a guardian spirit conjured by the mountains themselves. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the snow leopard, passes each long night in the place furthest from prosperity, using a near-cruel clarity and an extremely gentle certainty. In this clamorous world, bustling activity is often the norm for survival, but for him, solitude is nature's deepest bestowal. His lungs are born adapted to the thin air high upon the mountains, a fatal lock of destiny that would bring suffocation should he ever descend to the valleys. Yet he never resists this fate of being confined to the high altitudes. He simply lies quietly on the moonlit stone cliff as night falls, overlooking the boundless mortal world beneath him. When the cold wind at the mountain peaks begins to bite, he makes an exceptionally tender gesture. He slowly pulls over his massive, fluffy tail, which is nearly equal to his body length, and properly wraps it around his face. It is a posture that can instantly calm anyone who witnesses it. The thick, long tail not only locks in the remaining warmth of his breath but acts like a plush wall, insulating him from all external blizzards and disruptions. The stars in the night sky gleam with a ghostly blue light reflected by the glaciers, and the solitary dreamscape belonging to the snow leopard quietly unfolds within this absolute silence. The night in the mountains always arrives with exceptional abruptness. As the golden sunset fades from the final peak, the cold surges forth like a tide from the stone crevices in all directions. For the snow leopard living alone above the snowline, every single night is a spiritual practice to be faced entirely on his own. His silver-gray coat, adorned with black rosette patterns, is a perfect camouflage gained after thousands of years of tempering by wind and snow, allowing him to blend tracelessly into this wasteland of jagged crags. Yet this ultimate concealment bears an unavoidable, absolute loneliness at its back. In the life sequence of the snow leopard, there are no gatherings in large numbers, nor any dawn-to-dusk companionship. From the day he leaves his mother, 1 kilometer after another of desolate mountain ridges becomes his sole traveling companion. This ultimate endurance of solitude becomes the first fracture in his destiny, rendering his nights long and without end. When a storm tears through the clouds in the night sky, letting out a thunderous roar, he can only find a protruding rock on his own, pressing his body tightly against the hard stone wall. The rock is freezing, the wind is piercing, yet there is not a shred of panic in his emerald eyes, only a near-detached composure. He waits for the storm to pass, waits for the night to return to stillness. This prolonged endurance is not because he is dull, but because upon this land, impulsiveness means destruction, and tranquility is the sole card for survival. The breeze brushes past his wide paws, whose thick pads make no sound at all among the loose stones, as if he himself were a stubborn crag within these mountains, insensate yet indestructible. It is precisely this destiny that cannot be shared with his kind that has forced the snow leopard over the long years to learn a profoundly poetic way to care for his own weariness. Since he cannot alter the severity of the wind and snow, he learns to find a warm haven within his own body. In the deepest, coldest hours of the night, when even the air seems to solidify, he comes to the familiar stone cave that serves as his only home among the mountains. He slowly settles his body down, tucking his limbs beneath his chest, and then that thick, plush tail, which accounts for the greater part of his weight, begins to move elegantly. He gently draws the tip of his tail to his nose, following the contours of his face, burying his entire countenance into that thick, soft layer of fur. The hair upon his tail is dense and warm, and as his breath pats against it, a tiny microclimate belonging entirely to him is formed. Within this world circled by his tail, there is no cutting wind to tear his skin, no freezing cold from scraping rocks, only his most familiar temperature and even breaths. This wondrous physiological mechanism is not merely a tool against the cold for the snow leopard, but rather a spiritual ritual, allowing him to gain a fleeting sense of security upon this desolate cliff. Listening to his muffled, rhythmic breathing filtering through the fur, the restlessness of the entire mountain range seems to subside along with it. Life has found its most introverted expression here, seeking not a single shred of warmth from the outside world, but simply using its own body to fulfill its own safe sleep. This is a self-healing wisdom derived from ancient times, and the most dignified, gentle reconciliation a solitary being can make when facing nature. Beyond this comforting sleeping posture, the snow leopard's movement and hunting among the mountains similarly reveal a high level of restraint and elegance. The scree slopes high above are exceptionally steep and unstable. The slightest careless step could trigger a thunderous rockslide, thereby exposing his presence. Thus, he evolved the most perfect balancing organ in the natural world, that thick, long tail, which sways gently in the air like a helicopter's rotor when he leaps between sheer cliffs, helping him precisely correct every single deviation of his center of gravity. Each time he vaults across a chasm several meters wide, he appears so light and soundless, like a gray feather cradled by the wind, landing firmly upon a ledge barely large enough for his feet. This elegance walked upon the brink of life and death is the pride in his bones, and a tacit understanding born of his long observation of this treacherous terrain that he never hunts blindly. More often, he sits at the highest point of a formation known as the Moonlit Cliff, quietly overlooking the movements of the blue sheep in the valley below. He can maintain a single posture, sitting silently for hours, letting the falling snow pile high upon his head and shoulders, turning him into a true snow sculpture. That prolonged stillness carries a spellbound magic, as if even the flow of time has stagnated around him. With this ultimate patience and restraint, he writes a wordless hymn of survival and mechanics at the perilous edge of the high skies. When he finally takes a step into the dark night, that fleeting silhouette is not for conquest, but solely to sustain his dignified life in this freezing world. This restraint of the snow leopard is even more deeply manifested within their exceptionally rare communication and relational tension. In their vast territories, two snow leopards may never see each other more than a few times in a lifetime, yet they maintain a mutual understanding across the mountains through a highly respectful, silent language. He will leave his claw marks upon the rocks or gently rub his face against protruding stone corners, leaving a scent mark completely unique to himself. These markings can persist for months in the freezing air. When another solitary wanderer passes by, he needs only to lower his head slightly to sniff and read the message left by his predecessor. Someone has been here, and this place is filled with peace. Through this method, they build an invisible bridge of communication across the glaciers, maintaining absolute respect for each other's territory while gaining a sliver of solace in their icy solitude from the existence of their kind. And only in the early spring of each year, when the ice and snow show a faint sign of thawing, does the quiet valley occasionally echo with the snow leopard's slightly hoarse, long, and ethereal call. It is not a ferocious roar, but a gentle long howl filled with searching and testing, reverberating tier upon tier through the empty mountains, piercing deep canyons, and drifting toward the distant heavens. Those are rare moments in their lives when they express longing to the outside world. Each long howl is like a wordless love poem written for this lonely wilderness, restrained, deep, yet carrying a shred of fatalistic sorrow. When a response echoes faintly from another mountain peak, the two solitary souls slowly draw closer in the night, completing the most vital yet briefest intersection of their lives, before turning away once more to vanish back into their respective solitudes. With the turning of the eras, even this paradise soaring into the clouds has begun to feel the inevitable squeeze and intrusion of the low-altitude human world. The slow warming of the global climate causes the originally stable snowline to retreat higher year by year, while the degradation of the pastures below forces herders and their flocks to migrate to higher, steeper slopes. This invisible pressure ruthlessly shatters the ancient covenant preserved between the snow leopard and this land for thousands of years. When livestock occupy the territory that originally belonged to the wild blue sheep, the starved snow leopard, through countless blizzard-ridden nights, is forced to face a difficult and painful choice, whether to continue enduring hunger among the barren scree, or to risk moving toward the human pens glowing with faint lantern light that end certain most agonizing moments of fate. When he is trapped within a herder's sturdy fence for preying upon a goat, his originally proud soul is forced to confront cold barbed wire and furious shouts. Faced with this extreme dilemma of the era, he does not explode into the destructive, frenzied counterattack of a lion or a tiger. He merely curls up quietly in a corner, using those green eyes filled with starlight to gaze coldly at the surrounding crowd. There is no begging in that gaze, no fury, only a detachment and sorrow that has seen through the cycle of life. This silent confrontation is the fiercest yet quietest collision between Alpine civilization and modern industrial civilization. Anyone who understands the price behind it will feel a deep helplessness and heartache in the deep of the night. Fortunately, as humans who understand reverence begin to establish protective borders, the snow line upon the mountains has finally regained its peace in some places, allowing him to retreat once more to the highest peak belonging to him, free from disruption. The night has deepened to the utmost, and the wind at the roof of the world has finally ceased entirely. The entire glacier gleams under the magnificent starry river with a dreamlike, freezing brilliance. That silver river spanning the night sky is so close that it feels as though one could scoop up a palmful of stardust simply by standing upon the stone cliff where the snow leopard rests. By now, he has completely curled up in the depths of the stone cave hollowed out by the wind, that massive, fluffy tail wrapped seamlessly around his entire face, leaving only two small ears to occasionally twitch slightly in his sleep to the faint sound of a distant glacier cracking. I and the introduction of our story. We once sought to explore the eternal riddle of his facing the blizzard alone, but now, we witness within this life the purest self-sufficiency and internal strength. Although nature stripped away his possibility of settling in the warm valleys, it granted him the entire mountain range as his throne and the cleanest starry sky as his blanket. He requires no redundant clamor to prove his existence. His lifelong restraint and composure are the most noble interpretation of life. This story of high-altitude watching has quietly reached its curtain call, like a single snowflake drifting slowly from the night sky, melting silently upon the quiet ice field. The world has quieted down completely, and the night sky of the mountains will watch over you with its purest power. You do not need to experience his solitude, nor do you need to face his blizzards. At this very moment, you need only relax every single one of your cells, just like that snow leopard burying his face within his warm tail. Close your eyes, and let all your thoughts land softly in this atmosphere of ether and peace, sinking together with the dimming hearth into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night.